Chapter 2019. In the origin realm, the common people used yuan coins as their money. Yuan coins were coins made from the leftover materials of yuan stones. They were about the size of an adult's thumbnail and were grayish-white in color. One side of the coin was written with the word yuan, while the other side was a picture of mountains and rivers. Next would be the low-grade yuan stones. 100 yuan coins could buy a piece of low-grade yuan stone. For cultivators, yuan stones were more useful than yuan coins. Low-grade yuan stones were often suitable for the qi realm. When one reached the true realm, they would at least use mid-grade yuan stones. Some would use upper-grade yuan stones, while supreme-grade yuan stones were often suitable for the nirvana realm. Of course, for those forces with rich resources, the qi realm might also use mid-grade yuan stones for cultivation. However, upper-grade yuan stones were less common. The exchange rate between yuan stones was 1 to 10. That was to say, 10 low-grade yuan stones were exchanged for 1 mid-grade yuan stone. The difference in the grade of yuan stones came from the combination of the quantity and quality of the yuan qi of heaven and earth contained within. The quantity and quality of the yuan qi of heaven and earth contained in upper-grade yuan stones were 10 times that of low-grade yuan stones. It was exactly 100 times. Chu Wangting had spent about 100 upper-grade primordial stones to reach the peak of the 12th level of qi disciple. If converted to low-grade primordial stones, it would be 10,000 low-grade primordial stones. The amount of primordial stones that Chu Wangdao had spent was relatively less. Today, Chu Mu had spent a total of 6,000 upper-grade yuan stones to reach the beginning of the 12th level of Qi realm. The difference was 60 times. Of course, this was also because Chu Mu's truth-seeking technique was not at the same level as Chu Wangting's. Moreover, the sword Qi cultivated by the truth-seeking technique was 10 times purer and 10 times more in quantity. It was also the cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit. Moreover, repairing the damage to the meridians and dantian and strengthening them required a lot of yuan qi. In other words, even though Chu Mu had just entered the 12th level of qi disciple, the quantity and quality of his sword qi were 10 times greater than before. The total was 100 times greater than before. In addition, in terms of physical strength, it was enough to surpass a cultivator of the 12th level of qi disciple. Although his spiritual will did not reflect the exact level, it had become more condensed. What a pity! If I had a few more thousand primordial stones, I would be able to reach the origin realm in one go. Chu Mu thought to himself, but in terms of cultivation, although it's not as good as before, in terms of strength, it's more than 100 times better. Most importantly, after cultivating the truth-seeking technique, I can truly cultivate the Tao-seeking sword art. His eyes shone brightly and his heart was filled with pride. Previously, he had forcefully performed the first move of the sword-seeking sword art and forcefully merged it with the Vast Sky sword technique's killer move. Vast Sky sword technique. It had greatly increased the power of Vast Sky sword technique, but it had also caused a serious backlash. This was because the sword-seeking sword art had to have the truth-seeking technique as its foundation. The truth-seeking technique was a cultivation method that Chu Mu had created by combining essence, qi, and spirit. As for the sword-seeking sword art, Chu Mu had stood at the height of the sovereign realm. He had used the origin of Sword Wei and the sword of heaven and earth as his own enlightenment. He had worked hard on the basis of hundreds of thousands of sword techniques, removing the dross and extracting the essence. Tao, what was Tao? In Chu Mu's understanding, Tao was nature, it was himself, and it was all things in the world. From as small as a grain of sand to as large as a world, they were all manifestations of Tao. When a cultivator had cultivated to a certain level, he had to comprehend Tao and pursue it. Only then could he improve again and reach a higher level or even master Tao. He would be at the same level as Tao or even surpass it. Tao was the truth. Truth was also Tao. Different cultivators had different ways of comprehending and pursuing Tao. Only by using the most suitable method could one achieve twice the results with half the effort. Only then could one break through the layers of obstacles. The wrong method would lead one to the wrong path. Chu Mu was a swordsman. He pursued the truth and pursued Tao. Naturally, he used the sword-seeking sword art, Tao-seeking, 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 truth-seeking. The sword-seeking cultivation method and sword-seeking reflected Chu Mu's pursuit. Strictly speaking, the sword-seeking sword art could not be considered a sword technique. Therefore, Chu Mu did not call it the sword-seeking sword art. Instead, he called it the sword-seeking sword art. Sword-seeking and sword-seeking seemed to be the same. In fact, from Chu Mu's perspective, there were still differences. The reason why sword-seeking was called sword-seeking was that other than technique, there were also other powers integrated into it. For example, artistic conception, higher ultimacy, rules, and so on. For example, if one used the sword to cast a spell, sword-seeking would not be complete without these powers. Sword-seeking was the art of using the sword. It was a purer technique than sword-seeking. Sword-seeking had to be supported by the sword. A certain amount of power was enough. This power could be physical strength, qi, and so on. There was no need to use artistic conception or other powers. Chu Mu was a swordsman. This was an understanding that was deeply ingrained in his bones and soul. When he was creating his own sword-seeking technique, he had made a choice between sword-seeking and sword-seeking. In the end, he had chosen sword-seeking. After all, he had created his own sword-seeking technique from the height of a dominator. However, because it was based on the foundation of the truth-seeking technique, this sword-seeking technique was not complete. It was only at the limit of the supreme holy venerable level and lacked the great emperor level. This was because the execution of Wen Dao seeking, sword-seeking, required spiritual essence, qi and spirit as the foundation. Other than the lack of a soul-refining technique, there was another point. Wen Dao seeking, sword-seeking technique was a summary of Chu Mu's life experiences. Currently, there were a total of 14 styles. They represented everything that Chu Mu had experienced since he had arrived on the ancient sword continent and before he had reincarnated into the origin realm. It was a kind of enlightenment. His past and experiences, the extension of his path, and the direction of his future were all for Wen Dao seeking. Wen Dao seeking sword-seeking technique was a sword-seeking technique that could be improved as he improved. It was a sword-seeking technique that could use spiritual essence, qi, and spirit at the same time. It was also a sword-seeking technique that could be integrated into other sword-seeking techniques. Once a sword technique was integrated into Wen Dao seeking, sword-seeking technique, it would be supplemented and become more complete. Its power would be greatly enhanced. Compared to other sword techniques, Wen Dao seeking, sword-seeking technique was like a cheat. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Mu had created Wen Dao seeking, sword-seeking technique instead of Wen Dao seeking, sword-seeking technique. The second reason was that Wen Dao seeking, sword-seeking technique could be used as long as he had a little bit of strength. It had fewer restrictions and was more adaptable. The names of the 14 styles of Wen Dao seeking, sword-seeking technique flowed through Chu Mu's mind one by one. The first style, from insignificance. Chu Mu seemed to be muttering to himself. This style was also the one that he had forcibly integrated into vastless emptiness. Suddenly, Chu Mu seemed to have traveled through time and space and returned to the moment when he had just arrived on the ancient sword continent. The outer sect disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect had a low cultivation base in the sword qi realm. It could be said that it was the lowest level in the cultivation system. What was insignificance? It was a very low existence. At the end of the low insignificance, it was insignificance. Although it was insignificance, it was self-improvement and slowly rose up. It was from insignificance. As he recalled, Chu Mu's emotions surged. He casually drew his sword and swung it out calmly. The sword edge slowly sliced through the air. It looked like an ordinary sword move, without the slightest bit of magic, but it had terrifying power. It left a straight, sword mark in the air of the secret room. Chu Mu was completely immersed in it and swung his sword again. The moment he swung his sword, the truth-seeking technique also seemed to be activated. The three forces of essence, chi, and spirit quickly flowed through his arm and into the vastless emptiness sword in his hand. They were hidden in the sword and strengthened its power. In other words, without Wen Dao-seeking sword-seeking technique, the power of truth-seeking technique could not be fully unleashed. Without truth-seeking technique, Wen Dao-seeking sword-seeking technique was just a very ordinary sword technique. It was like a basic sword technique. Truth-seeking technique and Wen Dao-seeking sword-seeking technique complemented each other. I'm not proficient enough. I need to practice more, Chu Mu said to himself and continued to practice the sword move from insignificance. The essence of this move was the mobilization of the three forces of essence, chi, and spirit. It had to be fast enough and synchronized. They had to be infused into the sword without any difference, and they had to be combined into one. To put it bluntly, Wen Dao-seeking sword-seeking technique was a technique of using the sword. It was also a technique of using power. It was a very advanced technique. Previously, he had forced himself to perform it because Chu Mu had been prepared for it. The whole process required 3 breaths of time. However, to truly master this move, he needed to concentrate his essence, chi, and spirit. The time required to perform the sword move was far less than 1 breath. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. He practiced it over and over again, as if he did not know the meaning of exhaustion. Every time, Chu Mu only mobilized a small part of his essence, chi, and spirit. This way, he could sustain his cultivation for a longer period of time. When the sword was unsheathed, it would definitely leave a straight sword mark in the air. The sword marks would only disappear after a few breaths of time. Because Chu Mu's sword was moving faster and faster, new sword marks appeared. The old sword marks had not completely disappeared. They crisscrossed like a grid. The rise from insignificance was not restricted to any particular move or routine. In other words, the 14 moves of the sword art of Dao seeking did not have any specific moves, nor did they pay attention to any specific path of attack. After mastering it, one could attack from any angle as they pleased. However, Wen Dao-seeking sword-seeking technique was the embodiment of Chu Mu's experience. It was engraved in his bones and heart. Therefore, the aura of each move was different. Once when Dao-seeking sword-seeking technique was performed, it gave people the feeling of grass rising from the roots. It was like seeing a stalk of grass stubbornly pushing away a stone that was pressing down on its body. For an entire day, Chu Mu had been cultivating rise from insignificance. He only stopped when his sword aura was exhausted, his physical strength was almost exhausted, and his mental strength was also about to be exhausted. Then he circulated the truth-seeking technique and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth to recover. It took Chu Mu a whole day to recover the energy he had consumed. He could not help but sigh. Truth-seeking technique was indeed a big source of essence. He needed to obtain more primordial stones. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to improve by absorbing the essence of the world in the air. Chapter 2020. Chu Mu didn't know that a lot of things had happened outside during the 5 days he was in seclusion. Big brother, you're out. Chu Wangdao saw Chu Mu and immediately said with joy, as if relieved of a heavy burden. 5 days, he never thought that these 5 days would be so difficult. Chu Mu handed over the management of the sword pavilion to him, but he had never had such experience. Therefore, it was very difficult to deal with many things, and he still didn't know what to do. But no matter what, after 5 days, he had more or less grown. Did anything happen in the past few days? Chu Mu asked casually. Big brother, your aura. When Chu Mu spoke, Chu Wangdao also opened his mouth and looked at Chu Mu in surprise. Previously, he could feel that his big brother's cultivation was at the 12th level of Qi refining realm, but now it was very vague and strange. I have gained something from this seclusion. My cultivation has recovered, and my strength has improved. Chu Mu replied, That's great, big brother. You don't know, but right now, everyone outside is saying that you've been crippled, that you've become a cripple. Chu Wangdao said angrily. He had absolute trust in Chu Mu, so he didn't doubt his words. Tell me, Chu Mu said. He guessed that it was the dark-faced old man of the exceptional realm who said it. Big brother, many people came to visit you on the first day of your seclusion. Some families and martial arts schools in the 8th district, some families and martial arts schools in the entire Eastern district, and some people from the Bear Wolf gang sent gifts. There were also hundreds of people who became disciples of our sword pavilion. Chu Wangdao said quickly. Soon after, an angry look appeared on his face. The next day, these people came again, saying that Big Brother had become a cripple and wanted to take back the gifts. Those hundreds of people who paid the yuan coins to become disciples also went back on their words and wanted to take back the yuan coins. I gave them all back. Speaking of retreating, Chu Wangdao's face turned red. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the way he handled things. Good. Chu Mu had no intention of reprimanding him. One word made Chu Wangdao straighten his back. Wangdao, you have to remember that you will be in charge of the Chu sect sword school in the future. When it's time to be tough, you absolutely have to be tough. This is the essential quality of a swordsman. Yes, big brother. King Chu answered forcefully, his aura soaring. Where are the original disciples? Chu Mu asked. They all left as well. Chu Wangdao's momentum weakened again. He was a bit worried because if the Chu sect sword school didn't recruit any more disciples in the next 3 months, their qualifications would be revoked. It's good that he left. Chu Mu said, Don't worry, I'm not crippled. On the contrary, my strength has improved a lot. So, there will be new disciples coming soon. You have to remember this. If someone wants to become a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, they must pay 1 low-grade primordial stone as a monthly fee. If you want to join for a year, then you have to pay 10 low-grade primordial stones. 1 primordial stone. Chu Wangdao was shocked. One had to know that the previous Sword Pavilion only charged 10 primordial stones a month. Now it had increased tenfold. He was very worried. With such a price, would anyone be willing to become a disciple of the Sword Pavilion? Don't worry, Wangdao, now come with me. Chu Mu said, took the vast sky sword and walked out of the Chu sect sword school. Chu Wangdao didn't know what Chu Mu was going to do, but he followed him out and locked the door. Soon, Chu Wangdao knew the purpose of Chu Mu. It turned out that he wanted to challenge other martial arts schools. In the 8th district of the East City, because of the Tian Luo Martial Arts School, most of the martial arts schools had closed down. There were only 20 or so left. Chu Mu began to challenge the closest one to the Chu sect sword school. Chu Wangting is here to challenge the Sword Pavilion. Chu Mu said bluntly. Generally, when people came to challenge, they would say some polite words and then challenge. Chu Mu directly said that he wanted to challenge the Sword Pavilion. He didn't give any face and directly angered the other party. You, a cripple, dare to challenge the Sword Pavilion. You are courting death. The owner of the Sword Pavilion was angry. Pay attention, I am going to draw my sword. Chu Mu didn't pay attention to the other person's words. The moment he finished speaking, he slowly pulled out his sword. As the vast sky sword was unsheathed, slivers of sharp sword aura permeated the air. For some reason, it caused the people of the dojo to shiver. Immediately, Chu Mu stabbed out with his sword. The vast sky sword pierced through the sky, using the stabbing formula of the basic sword technique. The owner of the Sword Pavilion was also at the 12th level of the Qi refining realm, but he only saw the sword light flash in front of him. Before he could dodge, He immediately felt a stinging pain coming from his throat. Chu Mu didn't kill him, but left a red mark on his throat. Let's go to the next one. Chu Mu sheathed his sword and said to Chu Wangdao. He turned around and strode away. The people of the sword pavilion didn't dare to stop him. That sword let them know that the owner of the Chu sect sword pavilion didn't become a cripple. Which bastard spread the news? A cripple? Does a cripple have such strength? The owner of the sword pavilion roared until Chu Mu was far away. He challenged the sword pavilion one after another, but no one could withstand Chu Mu's sword. Before his recultivation, Chu Mu's strength was enough to sweep them away. Not to mention that after his recultivation, his strength was many times stronger. Chu Wangdao followed Chu Mu and challenged one sword pavilion after another. His admiration for Chu Mu rose in a straight line. Every time Chu Mu attacked, Chu Wangdao would watch with rapt attention. Although he couldn't understand it, it also opened his eyes. Chu Mu didn't hide his challenges. On the contrary, there was a bit of fanfare. Therefore, it didn't take long for the news to spread and let many people know. The owner of the Chu sect sword pavilion, Chu Wangting, went around challenging other sword pavilions. When the news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Didn't Chu Wangting become a cripple? Yes, it is said that the last time he fought with Xiahou Yuan, he used some secret method to kill Xiahou Yuan, but he was also crippled. How dare a crippled challenge those sword pavilions? Let's go and take a look. After more and more people heard the news, they followed behind Chu Mu and Chu Wangdao, watching them walk into one sword pavilion after another and leave with the posture of a victor. Soon, more than 20 sword pavilions were all challenged by Chu Mu. The reason why these sword pavilions didn't close down was because they were supported by forces behind them. But now, after being challenged by Chu Mu, their prestige was hit. Next, let's go to the Tian Luo Martial Pavilion. Chu Mu said, "Okay." Chu Wangdao was very excited. Chu Mu didn't hide his words, and it was heard by others. The crowd spread the news and became even more excited. Not long ago, Chu Mu and the owner of the Tian Luo Martial Pavilion, Xiahou Yuan, had a life-and-death battle. Now, the new owner of the Tian Luo Martial Pavilion was said to be stronger. No one knew if he could win. I heard that you have become a cripple. Now, it seems that the news is wrong. The newly arrived Heaven's Luo Martial Dojo Master sized up Chu Mu from head to toe and promptly laughed. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart because the news of Chu Mu becoming a cripple had come from the head dojo master. The head dojo master definitely had no reason to lie. Chu Mu didn't answer the other party's words. He felt that this new owner seemed to be somewhat similar to Xiahou Yuan, who died under his sword. You must have used a secret technique to kill Xiahou Yuan, which caused your meridians to be broken and your dantian to be damaged. You lost your cultivation and became a cripple, but now you are intact. You must have a big secret. The new owner's eyes were sharp as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. And now you're challenging other sword pavilions, and finally, you challenged the Tian Luo Martial Pavilion. It shows that you want to show the prestige of the Chu sect sword pavilion and recruit disciples. In fact, why do you have to do this? I think you are a talent. Why don't you come to my Tian Luo Martial Pavilion and be the deputy owner? It's better than running your own sword pavilion. What is your relationship with Xiahou Yuan? Chu Mu asked. This clearly wasn't following the script, causing the other party to be stunned. Soon after, he laughed. I'm called Xiahou Shan. Xiahou Yuan is precisely my good-for-nothing younger brother. Our relationship as brothers wasn't very good. Thank you for killing him. However, he is ultimately my younger brother. Therefore, if you don't agree to become my hall's vice hall master, then I won't hold back. Xiahou Shan seemed to be a chatterbox. Make your move. Chu Mu's words were concise. He could tell that Xiahou Shan's cultivation was indeed higher than Xiahou Yuan. He was at the 10th level of the origin realm. His entire body contained traces of domineering aura. His strength should be much higher than Xiahou Yuan's. If it was before, Chu Mu would have to forcefully use the Dao seeking sword art to harm himself. But now, previously you had a bet with my useless younger brother. Why don't we make another bet now? Xiahou Shan's right hand grabbed at the air, and a domineering-looking broadsword appeared from his interspatial ring. I will fight with you. If you lose, you will become the head instructor of the martial arts hall. If I lose, I will give you 500 upper grade primordial stones. How about that? All right. Chu Mu agreed without hesitation. 500 upper grade primordial stones was indeed a good deal. Xiahou Shan probably had absolute confidence in his own strength. That was true because Xiahou Shan, who was at the 10th level of the origin realm, had once fought to a draw with an expert at the 11th level of the origin realm. The 9th level of the origin realm belonged to the origin realm de Shang. The 10th level of the origin realm belonged to the complete level of the origin realm. That was the difference between the God condensation realm and the manifestation realm. It was the difference between the profoundness and the laws. It was very, very big. Take my move, Splitting Mountain. Xiahou Shan leaped up and held the domineering broadsword with both hands. He slashed down from the sky. A terrifying power condensed on the broadsword. When the broadsword slashed down, it was as if it could split a mountain in half. Of course, the origin realm space was many times stronger than the deep blue world. Its correction power was even more shocking. Therefore, the same amount of power could cause different destruction in the deep blue world and the origin realm. The difference was at least 1,000 times. The moment Xiahou Shan's broadsword slashed down, Chu Mu's vast sky sword was unsheathed. The difference between the 12th level of the Qi cultivation realm and the 10th level of the origin realm was ignored by Chu Mu. Chapter 2021. The saber chopped down the mountain with unparalleled ferocity. The domineering saber intent wreaked havoc in all directions. This saber could rival a level 11 true realm martial artist. It made Chu Mu feel pressured. At this moment, Chu Mu's level 12 cultivation was enough to kill a level 9 true realm martial artist. However, the difference between level 9 and level 10 was very obvious. Waves of exclamations unconsciously sounded. Chu Wangdao's expression changed greatly. Chu Mu's expression was indifferent. The moment the saber chopped down, he took a step to the left. It looked like a very simple step to the left. However, after taking a step, it seemed like there was a huge distance between them. Not only did the saber hit nothing, but the terrifying aura and the aftershock of the saber only made Chu Mu's hair tremble slightly. What kind of footwork is this? Xiahou Shan was still at the 10th level of the origin realm after all. His battle experience was also extremely rich. Thus, he was able to tell that the seemingly simple step Chu Mu took was actually filled with endless mysteries. It actually made him feel as if there was a huge gap between them. This was also because Chu Mu's cultivation was not high enough. If his cultivation was higher, Xiahou Shan would not be able to see it, just like what Chu Wangdao and the others saw. Even if Chu Mu took a step to the left, they felt that they could also easily take that step. They did not realize the mysteries behind it. This step was called the Four Directions, Seeking Truth. It was also driven by the essence, Qi, and spirit. Chu Mu created his own cultivation method of combining essence, Qi, and spirit. He also created his own Dao, seeking sword art, seeking truth and seeking truth. Other than that, he also created his own movement method and footwork method. What he was using now was his self-created footwork, the Four Directions, Seeking Truth step. What were the four directions? Front, back, left, right, east, west, north, south, high, low, short. They were all four directions. Whether it was on a flat surface or in the void, there were four directions. What was seeking truth? Asking was inquiring, understanding, and mastering. Truth was Tao. Seeking truth was Tao. Everywhere in the world, The footsteps of truth-seeking never stopped, never made a mistake. However, during the 5 days of seclusion, Chu had been practicing the truth-seeking technique and the first move of the Tao-seeking swordsmanship. He had yet to truly cultivate the truth-seeking steps of all directions. Therefore, when he used it now, it was a little obscure. Without a doubt, Xiahou Shan was not a weak opponent. Chu was in no hurry to draw his sword. He used Xiahou Shan to cultivate the 4 directions, truth-seeking steps. Cultivating it in actual combat had better results. The domineering saber seemed weightless in Xiahou Shan's hand, but every horizontal or vertical slash of the saber would split the air apart, creating a shocking gale that blew in all directions, making it difficult for people in the distance to stand still. The saber technique was grand and majestic. It was incomparably tyrannical. However, its speed was not slow either. As the saber technique danced, it was impossible to get close to Xiaoqin. The area within a radius of a few meters turned into a sea of saber lights. Chu Mu's figure was constantly shifting. His steps were either forward, backward, or to the left and right. In short, every step he took seemed ordinary, but in fact it was extremely exquisite. Mountain splitting, river breaking. Xiahou Shan's saber suddenly paused. Immediately after, he unleashed 2 killer moves in a row. Mountain splitting and river breaking were both shockingly powerful. However, the 2 sabers also missed. Earth splitting, sky breaking. Xiahou Shan turned his saber. Taking advantage of the fact that the power of mountain splitting and river breaking had not dissipated, he continued to unleash 2 more killer moves that were even more powerful. The earth seemed to crack under the saber. The sky was also shattered under the saber. The shocking power made people's expressions change drastically. The terrifying aura made the spectators involuntarily retreat a few meters. Chu Mu's expression did not change. He took a step forward. Under the 4 directions, truth-seeking steps. Each step was different. The actual combat had made his footwork improve by quite a bit. However, at the same time, this was a footwork that consumed a lot of energy. Even though Chu had considered a lot and tried his best to unleash the greatest power with the least consumption, it could not overcome the fact that his cultivation was low. Fortunately, the essence, qi, and spirit cultivated by the 4 directions, truth-seeking steps, were very pure and powerful. That was why he could last for so long. However, if he continued, he would be completely exhausted. Therefore, Chu attacked with his sword. A cold sword light flashed past, and the Chongkong sword was already unsheathed. The sword light bloomed, and Xiahou Shan felt as though he was looking at a lowly person who was staggering out of the valley step by step. It was as though he was a blade of grass that was growing out of the ground. The first move of the Tao-seeking swordsmanship, rise from insignificance. Other swordsmanship and sword techniques were either driven by physical strength or sword qi and sword essence. The better ones were driven by the combination of 2 forces. Like the Tao-seeking swordsmanship, which was driven by the combination of essence, qi, and spirit, it could be said to be unique. Chongkong swordsmanship, Empyrean vastness. The mystery and power of the rise from insignificance instantly merged with the Empyrean vastness, causing the power of the Empyrean vastness to double. The vast sky soared, and Chu Mu's body entered the void as if they had disappeared. Their speed was extremely fast. Xiahou Shan had no way to dodge at all. Chu Mu's sword pierced between his eyebrows. Chu Mu did not intend to kill the sword. He withdrew it immediately. Xiahou Shan knew that if it was a life-and-death battle, he would have been killed. Here are 500 upper-grade primordial stones. Xiahou Shan waved his hand, and 5 wooden boxes appeared on the ground. There were 500 upper-grade primordial stones in them. His straightforwardness made Chu Mu think more highly of Xiahou Shan. He was indeed different from people like Xiahou Yuan. Goodbye. Chu Mu put away the 5 wooden boxes, sheathed his sword, and left with Chu Wangdao. Xiahou Shan looked at Chu Mu's back and sighed. He immediately said, "What a monster! I must inform the headmaster immediately." Chu Mu had already challenged all the martial arts schools in the 8th district. No one was his opponent. Chu Mu had also obtained 500 upper grade primordial stones. However, if he wanted to raise his cultivation to the true realm, 500 upper grade primordial stones were still not enough. He needed at least a few times more. After all, he had to first raise his cultivation to the limit of rank 12 Qi cultivation realm before breaking through. The energy required to break through would undoubtedly be a lot. After returning, Chu Mu immediately wrote a list. The content of the list was naturally the recruitment notice for the Sword Hall. 1 upper grade primordial stone a month and 10 upper grade primordial stones for a year. So expensive. And it's only the most basic cultivation. If he wants to advance, he has to pay more primordial stones. He must be crazy about primordial stones. 1 upper grade primordial stone. This price is comparable to Tianluo Martial Arts School. Master Chu defeated the master of Tianluo Martial Arts School. The reason why Chu Mu spent so much effort to challenge more than 20 martial arts schools was naturally to show off the prestige of the Chu sect sword hall so that he could recruit more disciples. However, if he only followed the original price, it would be too low and it would be difficult to gather much wealth. Therefore, Chu Mu raised the price to target those rich kids. Those martial arts schools you mentioned, including Tianluo Martial Arts School, were all defeated by Master Chu. If we can learn such skills, not to mention 1 upper grade primordial stone a month, even if it's 10, it's worth it. Someone said. When everyone heard this, it seemed to make sense. Different people had different ideas and opinions. Soon, someone took out a piece of primordial stone and walked into the Chu sect sword hall. He would first sign up to cultivate for a month and see the specific situation. With the first, there would naturally be a second and a third. There were more and more people. Basically, as long as one was sincere in learning swordsmanship and was not very poor, they would sign up. Not long after, there were more than 20 disciples in the sword hall. Come to practice swordsmanship tomorrow. Chu Mu said. He's actually not crippled? The Tianluo Martial Arts School's master was very shocked when he received the news from Xiahou Shan. That day, Elder Hong had returned and said it himself. With Elder Hong's peerless realm cultivation, how could he be wrong? Either Elder Hong's judgment is wrong, or there's an enormous secret on this child's body. Zhang Honglong thought. He was more inclined to the second situation. His eyes flickered. If I can know this secret, perhaps my strength can be improved further. However, this kid is in the limelight now. I'm afraid he has already attracted the attention of the city, Lord Mansion. If I capture him now, I'm afraid it will bring a lot of trouble. Zhang Honglong calmed down and thought to himself, for the time being, I can only wait for the storm to calm down a little before making a move. Zhang Honglong was right. Chu Mu had indeed attracted a lot of attention from the city, Lord Mansion. Moreover, they had already sent people to the Chu sect sword hall to contact Chu Mu. Greetings, Brother Chu. The city Lord Mansion's young lord, He Lianyu, smiled and cupped his hands towards Chu Mu. He even gave him 1,000 upper-grade vitality stones as a gift. Young city lord, you're too polite. Chu Mu returned the greeting. He knew the other party's identity because he had introduced himself. May I know why the young city lord has come to my humble abode? Chu Mu never liked to be too polite and spoke more directly. I heard that Brother Chu killed a level 9 origin realm martial artist with a level 12 Qi refinement realm martial artist and defeated a level 10 origin realm martial artist not long ago. Your sword skills are superb and incomparably shocking. I'm excited to see this, and specially came to ask for your advice. He Lianyu also practiced the sword. His excitement was one thing, but the other thing was to test Chu Mu's strength. He Lianyu's age was about the same as Chu Wangting's, but as the young city lord, he had been practicing eternal realm martial arts since young. He used mid-grade and upper-grade vitality stones as well as other elixirs to aid his cultivation. His talent was also outstanding. Therefore, at the age of 18, he was already a level 9 origin realm martial artist. Moreover, his talent in sword skills was superb. Most level 9 origin realm martial artists were not his opponent. He once had the battle record of being undefeated against a level 10 origin realm martial artist. One must know that level 9 origin realm and level 10 origin realm martial artist were two different concepts. Chu Mu naturally wouldn't reject the request of 1,000 upper-grade vitality stones. Please. Chu Mu and He Lianyu came to the backyard where Chu Wangdao was teaching the basics of sword skills. Brother Chu, my sword is an upper-grade artifact. Its name is Qingwei. It is 2 feet and 7 inches long and weighs 1 catty and 7 tails. It is very light but sharp. He Lianyu unsheathed his sword. The sword's body was like water, glimmering faintly. As it was unsheathed, the sword's body trembled slightly. It was obviously a good sword that was neither hard nor soft. Chapter 2022. In the backyard, only Chu Mu and He Lianyu were separated by 10 meters. With the Chongkong sword in hand, the Qingwei sword rippled. This was a duel of sword techniques, so Chu Mu and He Lianyu did not use sword chi, sword origin, or other powers. Brother Chu, be careful. I'm going to attack. Light breeze rustling guests' clothes. He Lianyu let out a low roar. Shortly after, his wrist lightly shook and the flexible body of the Qingwei sword instantly began to vibrate at a high speed. The buzzing sound was like a swarm of bees flying by one's ear, creating a certain interference effect. However, this was ineffective against Chu Mu. Chu Mu could tell with a glance that He Lianyu was using a technique similar to vibration. Of course, it was not pure. If the Qingwei sword was a hard sword, it would be difficult for him to do so. The edge of the Qingwei sword repelled the air and formed a vacuum. He Lianyu pushed his arm forward, and the sword moved his body. Under his footsteps, his speed increased rapidly, and he instantly stabbed towards Chu Mu. The trembling sword edge moved unpredictably, as if it had locked onto Chu Mu's throat, yet it also seemed as if it could attack every part of his body. This sword displayed He Lianyu's solid sword foundation and exquisite sword technique. Chu Mu felt as if his entire body was being stabbed. This wind was a sharp wind. However, with Chu Mu's level of swordsmanship, he could tell the truth with a glance. He did not dodge and lightly flicked the Chongkong sword, directly breaking He Lianyu's sword. Before He Lianyu could react, the Chongkong sword lightly touched He Lianyu's heart and was instantly withdrawn. He Lianyu was directly stunned and stood there blankly, as if he had turned into a wooden person. His expression changed, and a trace of dejection flashed through his eyes, which was immediately replaced by excitement. In a short few breaths of time, He Lianyu's heart had undergone many changes. Brother Chu. He Lianyu sheathed his sword and bowed with both hands, and he had a serious expression as he spoke with a sincere tone that carried a request. I want to stay here for a period of time and ask Brother Chu to guide me in my sword technique. I'll accept it no matter how many spirit stones it costs. If you want to stay, then stay. Chu Mu said, As for the primordial stones, the 1,000 primordial stones you sent is enough. No, Brother Chu, that 1,000 upper-grade primordial stones is a gift. They can't be mixed together. He Lianyu said stubbornly. All right. Chu Mu smiled. It was naturally a good thing to be able to obtain more primordial stones. Brother Chu, do you really need origin stones? He Lianyu suddenly asked. Okay. Chu Mu nodded. I do know a way to earn origin stones, but I don't have the time to go now. I can only wait for another 10 or 20 days. He Lianyu thought for a moment and said, Then we'll go when the time comes. Chu Mu said, In this period of time, improve your sword technique. A level 12 Chi, Refining Realm Cultivator, telling a level 9 Origin Realm Cultivator to improve his sword technique was strange. However, Chu Mu and Hellion, you felt that it was normal. The height of the Dominator Realm and the realm of the Sword of Heaven and Earth gave Chu Mu the right to say this. Brother Chu, actually one of the reasons I came here is to ask for guidance on sword technique. Another reason is to test the situation and report Brother Chu's situation to the Heavenly Star Sect. When the time comes, the Heavenly Star Sect will send people over and make an exception to recruit Brother Chu. With Brother Chu's talent, once he enters the Heavenly Star Sect, he will definitely be heavily nurtured and enjoy endless resources. Hellion Yu said with a hint of envy in his tone. At that time, I will call Brother Chu Senior Chu. It turned out that Hellion Yu was a disciple of the Heavenly Star Sect. This was normal. After all, the 36 city lords were appointed by the Heavenly Star Sect. Brother Hellion, please don't spread the news to the Heavenly Star Sect. I have no intention of becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Star Sect. Chu Mu said, causing Hellion Yu to be stunned. Previously, Chu Mu had planned to become a disciple of the Heavenly Star Sect. After all, the Heavenly Star Sect was a great Emperor Realm sect. With his potential, he would definitely be valued and nurtured greatly. However, after meeting the exceptional Realm Elder, Chu Mu changed his mind. Of course, Chu Mu did not know the origin of the Elder. He just felt that his current strength was not strong enough. Even if his cultivation was at the Sovereign Realm and his sword technique was at the Heaven Realm, the increase in strength would not allow Chu Mu to have the ability to fight against those at a higher level. Now, he was no match for those at the Eternal Realm, let alone those at the Exceptional Realm. If he became a disciple of the Heavenly Star Sect, he might be targeted by some people. After all, his situation was indeed unexpected and would arouse the interest of many people. Before his strength was enough, he was like a piece of delicious fat meat. In addition, becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Star Sect meant that he would be branded with the Heavenly Star Sect. His actions and so on would inevitably be restricted. This was not what Chu Mu wanted. Chu Mu could understand Hellion Yu's astonishment, but he did not explain. Brother Chu, in fact, even if I don't report it, the Heavenly Star Sect will know sooner or later. They will definitely send people and forcibly take Brother Chu away. Hellion Yu smiled bitterly. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Star Sect. He knew very well that the Heavenly Star Sect was overbearing. It doesn't matter. It's always good to delay more time. Chu Mu said he now needed time to improve his cultivation, or to restore his cultivation. Hellion Yu temporarily stayed in the sword pavilion. Every day, he consulted Chu Mu about sword techniques. Chu Mu also spent a little effort to guide him. At the same time, if Chu Wangdao was free, he would also listen and accept the guidance. In a few days, both Chu Wangdao and Hellion Yu felt that their sword techniques had improved significantly. 1,500 upper-grade primordial stones were also absorbed by Chu Mu in the past few days. His cultivation had reached the limit of rank 12 Chi cultivation stage. Next, he would accumulate enough power to break through. In theory, the cultivation of the Sovereign Realm could allow Chu Mu to improve his cultivation to the Sovereign Realm without any hindrance. However, Chu Mu estimated that the Peerless Realm was not difficult, but the Great Emperor Realm was not so easy. The Sovereign Realm was even more difficult. This was a kind of intuition. Once he mastered the first level of the truth-seeking technique and entered the second level, and his cultivation reached the Eternal Realm, he should have the qualifications to settle down in this world. If he mastered the second level, he could really have a firm foothold. Whether it was the first level or the second level, they both required a lot of energy. In a few days, with sufficient upper-grade primordial stones, Chu Wangdao's cultivation had improved a little. His overall strength had become stronger. The number of disciples in the Chu sect sword pavilion had already exceeded 100. A small portion of them had some cultivation, and their basic sword techniques were not bad. Their goal was to advance, so they naturally had to pay more primordial stones. Chu Mu divided the advancement into 3 levels. The first level was to pay a mid-grade primordial stone a month to learn the Eternal Wind sword technique that he had improved from the original Qi cultivation stage to the middle level of the Origin Realm. The second level was to pay a high-grade primordial stone a month to learn the Rainbow sword technique that had been improved to the peak of the Origin Realm. The third level was to pay a supreme-grade primordial stone a month to learn the Vast Sky sword technique that had been improved to the Nirvana Realm. The price was clearly marked, and the level of the sword technique was also marked without any falsehood. This attracted the interest of many people. One had to know that in places like Flower City, the value of Origin Realm cultivation techniques was not low, let alone Nirvana Realm cultivation techniques. A mid-grade or upper-grade primordial stone a month sounded very high, but if one was to cultivate a Origin Realm sword technique, it was considered cheap. In order to prevent people from wanting to memorize the entire sword technique by paying a month's worth of primordial stones, Chu Mu only taught the basic moves of the Eternal Wind sword technique, Rainbow sword technique, and Vast Sky sword technique. The so-called basic moves were the most basic sword moves. They usually did not have a name. Only after mastering the basic moves could one learn the killer moves of the sword technique. For example, the Vast Sky sword technique had 5 killer moves: Vast Sky Stars Fall, Vast Sky Moon, and so on. To learn the killer moves of the sword technique, one had to pay more primordial stones. One also had to swear not to teach the sword technique to anyone else. There were many rules, but they could not stop the exquisiteness of the sword technique. During this period, there were constantly people who came to challenge Chu Mu. And for all challengers, Chu Mu only had one request. They had to pay at least 100 upper-grade primordial stones, or else the challenge would be rejected. After more than 10 days, the number of disciples of the Chu sect Sword Pavilion had exceeded 200. Among them, there were 100 who had advanced. And because of the challenges, they had won more than 1,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Chu Mu's reputation was getting louder and louder, spreading throughout the entire Flower City. His cultivation was not high, but with his superb sword technique, he defeated opponents who came to challenge him one after another. He displayed an incomparably shocking sword technique attainment. Even the Heavenly Star sect's young city lord, Helianu, asked him for advice on sword techniques. This made the Chu sect Sword Pavilion and Chu Mu's reputation even greater. For a time, they were in the limelight and were crowned with the title of Flower City's #1 sword. Flower City's #1 sword referred to Chu Mu's sword technique. It was the best in the entire Flower City. No one could compare to him. Brother Chu, isn't this a little too high profile? Helianu smiled bitterly. Giving such a title was clearly to attract hatred. It's okay. This way, more people will come to challenge me, and I can get more primordial stones. Chu Mu smiled slightly. This was obviously a way to quickly earn primordial stones. Helian, you found it hard to understand how much Brother Chu needed primordial stones. Wang Dao put up a notice outside the Sword Pavilion. Anyone who wants to challenge me must prepare at least 500 upper-grade primordial stones. Chu Mu said, raising the challenge threshold. Okay. Chu Wang Dao was very excited. What was happening now was something that had never happened in the past 15 years. It made him very excited and his blood was boiling. Very quickly, as soon as the announcement came out, it was immediately spread by people. This was because the Chu sect sword school had attracted a lot of attention. Even the slightest sign of trouble would be quickly spread. Flower City's #1 sword. Interesting. Let's go and meet him after we're done. A young man who had just entered the city heard the news and immediately said to the middle-aged man beside him, Chapter 2023. In a flash, 20 days had passed. The number of disciples in the Chu sect sword pavilion had reached 300. Less than 100 were the foundation, 150 were the first level, 40 were the second level, and 10 were the third level. In just 20 days, the Chu sect sword pavilion had earned a lot of vitality stones. And these vitality stones, Chu Mu didn't touch them and left them all to Chu Wangdao. After all, the sword pavilion was to be managed by Chu Wangdao. His cultivation and strength must be improved. With Chu Mu's tailor-made cultivation methods and sword techniques, as well as a sufficient supply of vitality and some medicinal pills as support, Chu Wangdao's cultivation had stepped into the 12th level of Qi cultivation. His sword technique had also improved significantly. His strength had increased by several times compared to the past. Almost every day, Chu Wangdao could feel himself growing. This kind of growth was not only the growth of cultivation and strength, but also the growth of the mind. Because Chu Mu had handed over many things in the sword pavilion to him, it was difficult at first, but gradually it became orderly. The challenge threshold of 500 upper-grade vitality stones made many people flinch. In recent days, Chu Mu had been much more relaxed. Lianyu asked for advice on sword techniques every day. Under Chu Mu's careful guidance, the improvement was also very obvious. Outside the Kendo hall, 2 people came. One of them was a young man. He was dressed differently from the others. He wore a tight suit on the inside and a long robe on the outside. It looked more like a windbreaker. On the back of the white, windbreaker-like robe, there was a large silver cross starlight pattern. Surrounding the silver cross starlight were 7 small silver swords. As for the middle-aged man, he was wearing soft armor and had an expressionless face. His aura was obscure like a wooden man. The Chu sect sword pavilion is here. The young man smiled slightly, as if talking to himself, and strode in. As the sword pavilion slowly developed, all aspects naturally had to keep up. Therefore, Chu Wangdao hired 2 people to receive guests. "I'm here to challenge the pavilion master," the young man said directly. "Wait a moment." Immediately, someone went to the backyard to inform Chu Mu. Someone sent vitality stones again. Lianyu, who was practicing his swordsmanship, didn't stop. He had seen many challengers who couldn't compare to Chu Mu in terms of swordsmanship. After receiving permission, the young man and the middle-aged man stepped into the backyard. They glanced around, and their gazes naturally fell on Chu Mu. Oh, so he really is at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage. How can someone with this level of cultivation be called the number 1 sword in the City of Flowers? The young man muttered to himself. It was as if he was asking himself, but it was also as if he was asking Chu Mu. Cultivation is not equal to swordsmanship. Chu Mu replied. The moment he saw the young man, he knew that the young man was not very old, but his cultivation base was already at the eternal realm. His talent was even more outstanding than Lu Shi's. Moreover, he was someone with a strong background. He was not a simple person. As for the expressionless middle-aged man, Chu Mu also saw at a glance that his cultivation base was at the eternal realm. He was much higher than the young man, but the young man was the leader. On the other hand, Lianyu was stunned when he saw the young man. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He seemed to recognize the young man. "I'm here to ask for advice on swordsmanship. If I win, these vitality stones will be yours," the young man said. He waved his hand, and 1 box after another was neatly arranged on the ground. There were a total of 10 boxes. It was estimated that there were 1,000 upper-grade vitality stones. Chu Mu naturally wouldn't be polite. After all, it was a competition of swordsmanship, not cultivation base. "Please," Chu Mu said, unsheathing his vast sky sword. "A mid-grade treasure weapon is a little weak. Since that's the case, I can't take advantage of a sword." The young man smiled, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was also a mid-grade sword weapon. Without saying anything more, the young man attacked with his sword. His sword pierced towards Chumu. It looked ordinary, but it was extremely fast. Moreover, it contained a shocking killing intent. That killing intent seemed to be condensed naturally, and it wasn't deliberately targeted at Chumu. Just this sword made Chumu know that the young man's sword skill was most likely a sword skill with an extremely heavy killing intent. The tip of a sword was extremely sharp, and its lethality was also astonishing. Therefore, stabbing was a very common technique in sword arts. The sword pierced towards Chumu like an aurora. It was so fast that Lianyu's eyes couldn't catch it. The middle-aged man secretly nodded. Chumu didn't dodge. Instead, he countered the attack with his own sword. This sword seemed even more ordinary. The young man and the middle-aged man couldn't see through it. Their first impression was that it was child's play. You dare to call yourself number one in Flower City with such a sword skill? The young man thought. He planned to defeat his opponent with one sword. Although he didn't kill him, he still wanted to teach him a lesson. Just as the thought appeared in his mind, he suddenly realized that his sword seemed to have lost its target. A dot of sword light was rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. It filled his eyes and filled his entire world. There was no way to dodge it. The young man had no choice but to quickly retreat. However, the dot of sword light followed him and kept chasing after him. Its speed was extremely fast. He swung his sword. Sword light poured down like a torrential rain. It was densely packed and poured towards Chumu. It covered an area of a few meters in front of him. There wasn't the slightest gap. Chumu's wrist shook. The sword trembled slightly and turned into countless sword light. It was like a meteor shower. It shattered the young man's sword light and turned into a stab. Go, go, go! Retreat, retreat, retreat! As he retreated, he kept swinging his sword to defend and counterattack. However, no matter what kind of defense or counterattack he used, they were all broken by his opponent. Moreover, his opponent only used one stab. It wasn't any different from before. However, it was this stab that forced him to retreat. He couldn't block it. No matter how he dodged, the tip of the sword was always in front of his eyes. It kept getting closer and closer. Ever since he started cultivating, he had encountered many opponents. Some were strong, some were weak. However, he had never encountered such a situation. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. His right hand seemed to be trembling slightly. It was as if he would make a move at the critical moment to save the young man. However, his heart was extremely shocked. Lianyu was also stunned. Suddenly, the young man took another step back. He suddenly felt that his body was blocked by something. It turned out that he had unknowingly been blocked. He had actually retreated to the corner of the wall. Behind him was the wall. There was no place to retreat, unless he used his cultivation to break the wall behind him. The sword light pierced towards him in an instant. It was as if it came from the heavens. The young man's pupils contracted. Just as he was about to explode with his cultivation, the sword light retreated in an instant. It was as if it had never appeared. The young man suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he found that his forehead was sweating. He and the middle-aged man didn't know what to say at all. Such a swordsmanship was many levels higher than his. After a long time, the young man looked at Chumu with a hint of awe. His tone was not as casual as before. My swordsmanship is already at the advanced stage of the human realm. It's only a step away from the peak. Your Excellency's swordsmanship is so excellent. Have you already stepped into the Earth realm? Chumu just smiled and didn't answer. Your Excellency, please teach me one more time. The young man saluted with his sword and said, even though his cultivation was far higher than Chumu's, he was a sword cultivator. In the eyes of a sword cultivator, the realm of swordsmanship was obviously more important than cultivation. Please, Chumu said, for the sake of the 10 boxes of primordial stones. The young man attacked again. This time he displayed his swordsmanship at the advanced stage of the human realm to the extreme. Except for not using any other power, He also exerted all the swordsmanship he had learned. Since the young man sincerely asked for advice, Chu didn't defeat him with one strike like before. Instead, he countered the young man's moves with a hint of advice. After more than 10 moves, Chu defeated the young man with one strike. "Thank you for your advice. I feel that my swordsmanship is about to make a breakthrough. I wonder if I can borrow a cultivation room." After putting away his sword, the young man saluted Chu again. This time he saluted with 2 swords. Chu naturally didn't refuse. Immediately, the young man hurried into the cultivation room and began to meditate, while the middle-aged man stood guard outside the door. "Brother Chu." Lianyu came to his senses and stuttered. "You defeated him in swordsmanship, Brother Lianyu. Do you know him?" Chu asked. "I don't know him, but I know who he is." Lianyu gradually regained his fluency. "Brother Chu, you know that the land under our feet is called the Land of South Star. It is vast and has a population of billions. It is divided into 4 regions by the 4 forces. The 36 cities belong to the Heavenly Star Sect. In addition to the Heavenly Star Sect, the other 3 forces are called the Southern Cross Army, the Sun Mountain, and the Eastern Star Mansion." Chu listened. The Chu royal court didn't know this. Among the 4 forces, there are only a few top geniuses in each generation. They have a special name. For example, the Heavenly Star Sect has the 7 sons, who are the best of their generation. The Southern Cross Army has 6 of the 7 sons, called the Southern Cross Star. They are the 7 Kill Star, the Greedy Wolf Star, the Army Destroyer Star, the Purple Dipper Star, the Dark Demon Star, and the Crimson Emperor Star. The strange robe that the young man was wearing had a silver cross on the back, indicating that he was a member of the Southern Cross Army. There are also 7 small swords on it, which is the symbol of the 7 Kill Star. Among the 6 stars of the Southern Cross Army, only the 7 Kill Star is a sword cultivator. It is said that he has amazing talent in swordsmanship, surpassing many of his peers and comparable to the older generation of sword cultivators. Today, I see that he lives up to his reputation." Lianyu exclaimed and looked at Chu. Chu didn't expect that young man to have such a great background. The Southern Cross Army was a force on the same level as the Heavenly Star Sect. It was also a powerful force with a great emperor. With a wave of his hand, Chu opened the lids of the 10 boxes. Suddenly, an astonishing amount of yuan qi filled the air, startling Chu and Lianyu. Supreme grade, primordial stones. Lianyu was dumbfounded. A total of 1,000 supreme grade, primordial stones. This was a big deal. Chu couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed rich. With these primordial stones, his cultivation could successfully break through to the origin realm and improve as much as possible. Chapter 2024. The 7 Killing Star, one of the 6 stars of the Southern Crusade, really made a breakthrough in the realm of swordsmanship and reached the peak of the human realm after some comprehension. At his age, he could reach the peak of the human realm in swordsmanship, which showed that he was really talented in swordsmanship. The 7 Merciless Star was so excited that he was grateful to Chu. He even invited Chu to go to the Southern Crusade and teach him swordsmanship. Or maybe he could join the Southern Crusade and be given an important position. Chu refused, so the 7 Merciless Star could only leave with regret. If it wasn't for something else, he would have liked to stay here longer and continue to learn swordsmanship. With 1,000 primordial stones, Chu was ready to go into seclusion to cultivate and break through to the next level. "Brother Helion, after I break through to the next level, I will go to the place where you said I can earn a lot of primordial stones." Chu said, "Okay." Helion agreed without hesitation. Chu went into seclusion to cultivate, while Helion continued to cultivate his swordsmanship. He was inspired by the fight between Chu and the 7 Merciless Star. It was the same secret room as last time. All the restrictions were activated. Chu took out all the primordial stones. There were a total of 1,000 primordial stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 primordial stones of upper grade. There were more than 1,000 primordial stones of upper grade, which were the spoils of war from the people who challenged Chumu recently. It was equivalent to 11,000 high-quality origin stones. If he absorbed all of them, not only would he be able to break through the mortal realm and reach the origin realm, but he would also be able to continue to increase his strength in the origin realm. As for how much he would be able to increase, Chumu wasn't sure. But for him, the truth-seeking technique was an extremely high-end cultivation method. The power he could cultivate was amazing. Moreover, it cultivated the essence, chi, and spirit at the same time. Every time he improved, Chumu's strength would increase significantly. After placing all the primordial stones of upper grade and primordial stones of upper grade and upper grade, Chumu sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate the truth-seeking technique. In fact, the cultivation of the truth-seeking technique did not require any posture. However, cross-legged cultivation was a relatively common posture, and Chumu was already used to it. Wisps of pure chi of heaven and earth diffused out from the upper grade and supreme grade primordial stones, dispersing into the air and filling the secret chamber. Under the operation of the truth-seeking skill, Chumu's body seemed to have turned into a whirlpool, producing a great suction force, absorbing all the chi of heaven and earth in the secret chamber from all directions. Chumu's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, constantly sucking in the yuan chi of heaven and earth. It was not limited to his meridians, but every part of his body. It was running, tempering his body, tempering his spiritual will, and refining it into sword chi. It was constantly accumulating on the basis of the limit. As long as one had enough energy, the bottleneck between the mortal realm and the origin realm was not a problem at all. Even if other people had enough energy, they would still need a considerable amount of time to find the right opportunity to break through. However, Chumu did not need to do so. Naturally, Chumu's cultivation level did not have the slightest bit of hindrance. It directly crossed the mortal realm and entered the first level of the origin realm. The first level of the origin realm to the third level was the purification of the sword chi. The purification method was to use the sword chi to temper the body. In the process of tempering, the sword chi would become even more powerful. Chumu's original sword chi was already very pure, not at all inferior to the third level of the origin realm. Now that he had entered the first level of the origin realm, under further purification, it immediately surpassed the third level of the origin realm. The truth-seeking technique continued to operate. From the mortal realm to the first level of the origin realm, Chumu had only used a little more than 1,000 upper-grade yuan stones and 300 top-grade yuan stones. The remaining 700 top-grade yuan stones could allow his cultivation level to continue to increase. As his cultivation level continued to increase, the first level of the truth-seeking technique also continued to deepen. The city lord of the Castellan Manor was still waiting for news from Lianyu. However, because Lianyu had agreed to Chumu's request, he did not report the news. In addition, he had other matters to attend to, so he did not pay much attention to it. But just as Lianyu had said, Chumu's situation would be known by the Heavenly Star sect sooner or later. When the time comes, the Heavenly Star sect would definitely send people to test him. If it was true, they would make an exception and recruit him. With the talent that Chumu had displayed, the Heavenly Star sect would definitely not let him go. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Lianyu was practicing his sword in the backyard. Suddenly, the sword that he had swung out suddenly stopped in midair. His entire body seemed to have been immobilized as he did not move an inch. However, his eyes were shining brightly. On his body, there was a sharp aura rising and falling as if it was brewing. Suddenly it gushed out. The sword that had stopped in midair suddenly slashed down. The shocking sound of the slash made people dizzy. This slash had the same strength, but the power was obviously higher. Without the slightest pause, the sword in Helion Yu's hand continuously attacked. As he continuously attacked, he displayed 3 completely different sword techniques. Every single sword technique seemed to have come alive under his sword. Soon after, he displayed the 3 sword techniques again. This time, he didn't display them in order, but instead completely disrupted them. There didn't seem to be any order, but the connection between the different sword techniques and sword moves had its own uniqueness. It flowed naturally and freely, as if he was following his heart's desires. Immediately after, the sword technique changed again, giving birth to an inexplicable feeling. With a casual swing of the sword, he displayed a sword technique without leaving any traces. It also made it difficult for people to feel the landing point of the sword technique. The technique seemed clear, but it was also a little blurry. It was as if the technique was not a technique, making it even harder for people to distinguish. Great, my sword technique realm has finally broken through the heart realm and reached the supreme realm. Helion Yu was very excited. In the world of cultivation, there were different realms. In the world of martial arts, there were also different realms from low to high. Using sword techniques as an example, it was the foundation, living sword, heart realm, supreme realm, human realm, earth realm, heaven realm. In the legends, there was also a god realm that no one had ever reached since ancient times. The so-called foundation was very easy to understand. It was the foundation. The foundation was very important. Building a good foundation was like building the foundation of a building. Only when it was built well could the building be built higher and more stable. Only when faced with a storm or even a Zhentian disaster could it be unshakable like a boulder. Living sword, as the name implied, was to practice the sword technique to life. The so-called life, of course, did not mean that the sword technique became as alive as a person, but it had a meaning. Because the sword technique was dead, it was artificially created to serve people. However, at the foundation realm, the sword technique was what it was, without the slightest change. Living sword, on the other hand, was to make the sword technique produce subtle changes. This kind of change was determined by the personal situation of the swordsman, the enemy who performed the sword technique, and the environment. Every time it was different. This required the swordsman to practice the sword technique to a very proficient level and to have rich combat experience as well as keen observation and reaction. Only with the combination of these could it be possible to achieve it. If stepping into the human realm in sword technique realm was a sword cultivator, then to become a so-called swordsman, one must step into the realm of living sword. Only when the sword was used and the sword technique was practiced could the power of the sword and the sword technique be displayed more thoroughly and comprehensively when facing the enemy. A simple example was that when a sword was stabbed out, there were many kinds of angles and trajectories of the sword. It needed to be judged according to the specific situation, whether it was high or low, left or right, fast or slow. If one only stabbed out in a rigid order, not only would he not kill the enemy, but he would also be killed. Learning and applying flexibly was the essence of the living sword. The realm of free will was the improvement of the living sword. The sword could be used as one wished, and the sword moves could be changed as one wished, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against. If one could disrupt the enemy's rhythm and bring it into one's own rhythm, he would basically win. What this represented was a state where one was not bound by restrictions. Previously, Helion Yu was in the realm of free will. However, after practicing with Chumu every day for more than 20 days, receiving guidance from him, and watching the sword fight between Chumu and the 7-kill star, he finally had a qualitative change, broke through the realm, and reached a higher level of no move. As the saying went, no move was better than having moves. The swordsmanship of the follow your heart realm could be used as one pleased, but there would still be moves to be found. Flaws would be discovered and then broken. The no-move realm meant that the moves displayed would have the power of moves, but it seemed that there were no moves to speak of. To reach this realm, one would need to grasp the essence of the swordsmanship. Only by grasping the essence could one use the no-move sword. The no-move realm was a kind of concept. It did not really mean that there were no moves, but it seemed that there were no moves. Since there were no moves, the flaws were difficult to find. After the improvement of the realm of the sword technique, Helianyu was very excited. He practiced the sword repeatedly until the next day, when Chumu came out of seclusion. "Brother Chu, you came out of seclusion?" Helianyu was very surprised. Even with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to completely absorb and refine over 1,000 upper-grade and supreme-grade origin stones in a short period of more than a day. Then he thought to himself, Brother Chu probably only refined a small part of it. Yes, Brother Helian's sword technique seems to have improved. When Chumu came out and saw Helianyu putting away his sword, he said, "Yes, thanks to Brother Chu, I finally reached the no-move realm," Helianyu said with a smile. Previously, Chu Wangting had only barely reached the living sword realm, while Chu Wangdao was the foundation. It was not that their talent was not enough, but they lacked the guidance of a great teacher. Just like the current Helianyu, if he did not have Chumu's guidance, it would take at least a few years for him to break through to the no-move realm. Sometimes a sentence from a great teacher was better than 10 years of hard work. "Congratulations, Brother Helian," Chumu said with a smile. "My cultivation has already broken through. Now let's go." "Congratulations, Brother Chu," Helianyu said. He took a closer look at Chumu and indeed discovered that his aura was different from before. However, he could only feel that Chumu's cultivation should be at the origin realm. As for which stage, it was very vague. This was because his cultivation realm was not enough. Currently, Chumu was at the second level of the origin realm. The breakthrough in his cultivation was delightful, but what made Chumu even happier was that he had mastered the first stage of the truth-seeking technique. Now he had mastered the first secret technique of the truth-seeking technique. Next, it was time to cultivate the second stage. Chapter 2025. In the Source Primordial Realm. Under normal circumstances, even eternal realm cultivators couldn't fly in the air. This was the result of the great Tao of the world being more complete and the spatial restraining force being stronger. Chu Mu and Helianyu left Flower City, each riding a swollen horse. The swollen horse was a type of horse. It was very tall and strong. Moreover, there was a large bump protruding from its forehead, as if it was swollen. It was very hard and comparable to a rock. Because the swollen horse had great horsepower, great speed, endurance, and a docile temperament, it was domesticated as a mount. Usually, commoners weren't qualified to ride it. Before leaving, Chu Mu naturally told Chu Wangdao. Over the past 20 days, Chu Wangdao had handled the matters of the sword pavilion in an orderly manner. Although he wasn't used to it, he didn't ask him to stay. He also knew that his elder brother was only going out temporarily and would return later. He just needed to cultivate hard and manage the sword pavilion well. 2 strong black swollen horses that were more than 2 meters tall carried Chu Mu and Helianyu, galloping on a wide road. Behind them was Flower City, which was full of flowers. On both sides of the road, there were many small wildflowers in full bloom. The horses galloped, and dust filled the air as they left quickly. Within the territory of the Heavenly Star Sect, there were 36 cities, as well as thousands upon thousands of villages and towns. Therefore, the population of the entire Heavenly Star Sect exceeded 1 billion people. The area of the Heavenly Star Sect could be considered to be extremely large and shocking, but it was normal if one thought about it carefully. This world was one of the only 3 main worlds in the chaotic void. It was one of the 3 main worlds that appeared after the birth of the chaotic universe. After many years of development, it had become extremely large. The 36 cities had a large population and a low ranking. Under normal circumstances, the higher the ranking, the larger the population. For example, Flower City had a fixed population of 8 million and was ranked 13th among the 36 cities. However, There was one city that was an exception, and it was Sword City. Sword City, named after the sword, was a city built by sword cultivators. It was a city that belonged to sword cultivators. There were many sword cultivators in Sword City. It could be said that Sword City was a city with a good environment for sword cultivation. There were many ways of cultivation in the Origin realm, but the way of the sword was undoubtedly the most popular because swords were the most common weapons. Sword techniques were also very common combat techniques. It was easy to get started, so it was very popular. But at the same time, it was not easy to continue on the path of the way of the sword. In short, practicing the sword was easy to learn but hard to master. The population of Sword City was not like the other 35 cities, which had a fixed population of millions or even tens of millions. This was because the population of Sword City was passed down from generation to generation. For example, if a husband and wife were a fixed population of a certain city, their children would also be the fixed population of a certain city. Thus, with each generation, the number of children would increase. The fixed population of Sword City was based on the level of one's sword technique. Only swordsmen had the qualifications to apply for a fixed population of Sword City, and those who became a fixed population of Sword City would be able to enjoy some benefits of Sword City. The fixed population of Flower City could only be registered in other cities if they left Flower City's household register. But Sword City was different. As long as one's sword technique was at least at the level of a living sword, no matter which city or place one came from, one could apply for Sword City's household register. Overall, Sword City was more like an organization. Along the way, Lianyu explained to Chu Mu the origin and structure of Sword City and so on. With Brother Chu's sword technique level, it would be easy for you to get Sword City's household register. You might even be able to get a high-level household register. Lianyu smiled and said, "Moreover, although Sword City is within the territory of Heavenly Star Sect, it is the only city that is not under the jurisdiction of Heavenly Star Sect. If Brother Chu is not willing to be recruited by Heavenly Star Sect, you can get Sword City's household register. The higher the household register, the more attention you will receive from Sword City. At that time, no matter how overbearing Heavenly Star Sect is, as long as Brother Chu is not willing, they will not dare to force their way in." Sword City's household register is divided into levels? Chu Mu asked. Of course, the living sword technique level is the most basic requirement to get Sword City's household register. But not all sword cultivators with living swords can get it. They still need to pass the test. Some sword cultivators are not good at fighting and cannot pass the test. So, as far as I know, there are less than 2 million people with Sword City's household register. Lianyu continued to explain, the higher the sword technique level, the more difficult the test you can apply for. After passing, you can get a higher level and enjoy better treatment. From the lowest level to the highest level, it is swordsman level, swordsman level, swordsman level, sword of Gojosian level, sword emperor level. There is a more detailed division between sword of Gojosian level and sword emperor level. Listening to Lianyu's explanation, Chu Mu was even more curious about Sword City this time. Less than 2 million people meant that there were more than 1 million people. It sounded like a lot, but thinking about it carefully, there were more than 1 billion people in Heavenly Star Sect's territory. More than 1 million people compared to 1 billion people, including the sword cultivators who were not in Heavenly Star Sect's territory. It was a ratio of nearly 1,000 to 1. Among the 1 billion people, at least half of them were sword cultivators. This time, I can apply for the swordsman level's household register. Lianyu said with a smile. He was very happy because every time the Sword City's household register was increased, the treatment he enjoyed would be more obvious. Brother Chu, with your sword technique level, you might be able to get the Sword Emperor level's household register. Chu Mu just smiled. According to the levels that Lianyu mentioned, the so-called Sword of Gojosian level should correspond to the human realm, and the Sword Emperor level should correspond to the Earth realm. As for the higher heaven realm, he didn't know what it was called. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. Chu Mu's sword technique level had stepped into the heaven realm and hadn't reached the initial level. If he wanted to, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get the Emperor level, but he didn't plan to do so. With his current cultivation level and age, getting the sword of Gojosian level was already an extremely shocking thing. He would be regarded as a heaven-defying genius in sword technique. However, if he got the Sword Emperor level, it would definitely attract covetous eyes. With his current strength, he didn't have much ability to protect himself. Appropriate concealment was for the sake of better survival. The swollen horse galloped day and night, displaying astonishing speed and endurance. Other than eating grass, it actually galloped for 3 days and 3 nights before resting for half a day. After resting, Chu Mu and He Lianyu didn't waste any time and continued to cultivate. Although absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the air had limited effects on Chu Mu's cultivation level, it was a good habit. The 36 cities weren't in a straight line, but were distributed in an irregular ring shape. Therefore, the distance between Flower City and Sword City wasn't too far. The swollen horse's speed was extremely fast, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to travel 10,000 miles in a day. Therefore, after 10 days, Chu Mu and He Lianyu both saw the outline of Sword City. Sword City was a city that didn't seem to have any defenses. It wasn't surrounded by tall walls like the other 35 cities, but it was backed by Dragon Spine Mountain. There was a white river that was hundreds of feet wide flowing from the side. Therefore, there were only 2 places that could directly enter Sword City. Looking from afar, there were many grayish-black objects in Sword City. They looked like huge swords that were stabbed into the ground with their tips pointing to the sky. There were more than 100 of them. Those buildings that look like swords are called sword pagodas. They're also common buildings in Sword City. He Lianyu introduced, the sword pagodas in the center are called divine sword pagodas. They're 99 feet tall. Next are 12 heaven sword pagodas, 88 feet tall. Next are 36 earth sword pagodas, 77 feet tall. Finally, there are 108 human sword pagodas, 66 feet tall. The other buildings can't be shaped like sword pagodas. They're called sword towers and can't exceed 550 feet. Looking from afar, the more than 100 sword pagodas were like huge swords pointing to the sky. It was as if they wanted to use their swords to fight against the heavens. They were unyielding and unyielding, displaying the elegance of a sword cultivator. Countless sword pagodas set off the more than 100 sword pagodas, showing off their sharpness. Just looking from afar, Chu Mu felt that he had fallen in love with this place. Sword City. Perhaps this is my true starting point in this world, Chu Mu thought to himself. With the sword as its name, its shape, and its foundation, it was called Sword City. This was definitely a heaven for swordsmen. Many sword cultivators yearned for this place. The tall and swollen horse quickly approached Sword City. Stepping into Sword City from one of the 2 main roads, they were greeted with an ancient aura that carried traces of sharpness. Chu Mu and He Lianyu's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. Or rather, the people passing by casually glanced at them and ignored them. After all, although Sword City's population was the smallest out of the 36 cities and was even smaller than the second smallest city by a few million, Sword City's population was the largest out of the 36 cities. Every day, there would be hundreds of thousands of people coming in and out of Sword City. Chu Mu and He Lianyu weren't important figures. To the current Sword City, they were insignificant. Naturally, no one would pay attention to them. Sword City didn't forbid riding, but one couldn't run wildly. Otherwise, one would be expelled. Brother Chu, there's more than one way to obtain primordial stones in Sword City, He Lianyu said. But before that, it's more convenient to obtain the registration of Sword City. Then let's go and obtain the registration, Chu Mu said casually. His tone was as if he had already gotten the household registration. He Lianyu didn't doubt him at all. What kind of joke was this? If even Chu Mu, with his sword technique realm, couldn't get the household registration, then there was no need for Sword City to exist. Yes, I also want to raise my level in Sword City, He Lianyu said. He brought Chu Mu and headed towards the so-called Household Registration Sword Tower. The Household Registration Sword Tower was in charge of the registration of Sword City. It was 550 feet tall and was located not far away from a human sword tower. When Chu Mu and He Lianyu arrived, there were over 10 people lined up outside the Household Registration Sword Tower. Chapter 2026. Many swordsmen dreamed of becoming a member of Sword City and becoming a member of Sword City. Here they had to queue up. He Lianyu didn't have to wait for long before it was their turn. I want to apply for the Talent Swordsman exam, He Lianyu said. At the same time, he took out a silver jade, sword-shaped token with the word hero on it. It's the Hero Swordsman. He looks so young. He's actually a hero swordsman. Didn't you hear? He wants to apply for the Talent Swordsman exam. This means that his swordsmanship has already reached the supreme swordsman realm. The surrounding people were discussing endlessly. There were people who had already applied and were waiting for the exam to be arranged. Seeing He Lianyu's token, the registrar's attitude was very good. He immediately processed and arranged the exam. Because he was already a member of Sword City, he had special treatment. Brother Chu, wait for me here first. After I pass the exam, I can recommend you, He Lianyu said. Okay. Chu Mu nodded. He sat at the side and waited for He Lianyu to pass the exam. They didn't hide their conversation, so it attracted the attention of many people. Even the person in charge of the application looked at Chu Mu a few more times. There was obvious doubt in his eyes. It seemed that Chu Mu wasn't old. His cultivation seemed to be at the origin realm. Although they couldn't sense which level of the origin realm he was at, he could only be considered an ordinary genius. No matter how high his swordsmanship was, how high could it be? How could he be qualified to let a sword genius who was at least at the hero swordsman realm or even the talent swordsman realm use up an extremely precious recommendation opportunity? Puzzled, everyone was puzzled. Friend, which level of the exam do you intend to apply for? Someone asked. Chu Mu only smiled and didn't answer. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but he knew from these people's expressions that if he answered truthfully, he would definitely not be believed. Instead, he would be mocked and so on. He didn't want to create more trouble, so it was best not to answer. If you don't want to answer, then forget it. The person who asked the question felt a little embarrassed. However, he didn't do anything else. Seeing that this person had hit a wall, the others also stopped asking. However, they started to discuss softly. Do you think that person can pass the test? The heroic swordsman level is an elite swordsman. Their swordsmanship is superb. The talented swordsman level is a genius swordsman. Looking at that person's age, it will be difficult. If that person can pass the sword of Gojosian level now, it won't be difficult for him to pass the sword of Gojosian level in the future. Swordsman, 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 sword of Gojosian, and so on in Sword City represented the realm of swordsmanship and the combat power of swordsmanship. It had nothing to do with the cultivation realm. To a swordsman, the realm of swordsmanship was undoubtedly very important. It was very difficult to reach the human realm in swordsmanship. It was the beginning and starting point of a swordsman. However, for many swordsmen, it was also an unattainable goal. Therefore, it was known as the King of Swords, the King of Swordsmanship. As far as I know, from the swordsman level to the sword of Gojosian level, you only have one chance to recommend someone in your lifetime. The highest you can recommend is one person to directly apply for a higher level examination. Could it be that this person intends to apply for the sword of Gojosian level examination? Are you kidding me? I think it's already very impressive to be able to apply for the heroic swordsman level examination. Under normal circumstances, the application for the examination in Sword City would increase from low to high level. In other words, no matter how high your realm of swordsmanship was, you could only apply for the swordsman level examination the first time. After you passed, you would have to wait for at least 1 day before you could apply for the second time. If Chu Mu wanted to qualify for the sword of Gojosian level, according to the normal procedure, he would need at least 4 days to achieve his goal. However, there were exceptions. That was, if someone had already obtained the qualification of Sword City to recommend someone, they could recommend someone to take the examination that was 1 level higher. For example, He Lianyu could recommend Chu Mu to apply for the Talented Swordsman level examination. Once He Lianyu passed the Talented Swordsman level examination, he could recommend Chu Mu to take the Sword of Gojosian level examination. If he could save time, he would naturally do it. Moreover, once He Lianyu's recommendation was successful, he would receive a great reward. Chu Mu sat quietly. He heard all the comments of others, but he didn't have any reaction. Just like that, half an hour passed and He Lianyu came out. His breathing was weak and there was a cut on his left arm. There were traces of blood. It seemed like he was injured, but there was an unconcealable excitement on his face. "Brother Chu, it's all thanks to you that I passed the examination," He Lianyu said excitedly. As soon as his voice fell, the others were even more shocked and envious. Talented swordsman level. They didn't know if they could reach such a level in their lifetime. "It's your own ability," Chu Mu said with a smile. "Huh." He Lianyu laughed loudly and walked towards the examination application office. "I recommend Brother Chu Mu to apply for the Sword of Gojosian level examination." He used the name Chu Mu himself. As soon as He Lianyu's voice fell, everyone was immediately stunned. Sword of Gojosian level. It was really the Sword of Gojosian level. "Are you sure you want to recommend the Sword of Gojosian level examination? If you pass, you will receive a reward from Sword City. But if you fail, your household registration will be revoked and you will never be able to apply again," the examiner said solemnly. "I'm sure. Please arrange it as soon as possible." He Lianyu was very confident in Chu Mu. "Are you sure you want to apply for the Sword of Gojosian level examination under He Lianyu's recommendation?" The examiner looked at Chu Mu and confirmed further. "Yes," Chu Mu said. "Please wait for a moment. The Sword of Gojosian level examination needs to be reported." After all, the Sword of Gojosian level was a sword cultivator. There were fewer sword cultivators, and the ratio between them and swordsmen was thousands of times. Moreover, not all Sword of Gojosian level experts stayed in Sword City. Only a portion of them needed to be reported. "Oh, there's a newcomer who wants to take the Sword of Gojosian level examination. Arrange for the 18th Sword Pagoda." Immediately, the message was passed down. "Finally, there's a newcomer who wants to take the Sword of Gojosian level examination. Let me do it." One of the 2 human realm sword cultivators, except for the 18th Sword Pagoda's Pagoda Master, said excitedly with an expression that said, "My sword has long been thirsty for it. You may be 1 step too late." "The Pagoda Master has already gone," the other human realm sword cultivator said with a strange expression. "What? Pagoda Master, how can you do this?" "Ah." A young man who looked less than 30 years old yawned sleepily, but his footsteps didn't stop at all. He seemed to be swaying and could fall at any time, but his speed was very fast. He shuttled through the crowd like a fish swimming against the current. No one even noticed him. "I hope the newcomer's examination won't disappoint me." The sleepy young man flashed through another door and entered the household registration, Sword Tower. Soon, someone came to invite Chu Mu over. "Brother Chu, I'll be waiting for your good news," He Lianyu said. Chu Mu nodded. "You're the one who applied for the Sword of Gojosian level examination?" The sleepy young man glanced at Chu Mu and asked doubtfully. "Yes." Chu Mu was very calm. "Looking at your bone age, you're not even 20 years old. How dare you apply for the Sword of Gojosian level examination? Do you think it's fun?" The young man suddenly opened his sleepy eyes. The sharp light, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, pierced the void and fiercely pierced into Chu Mu's eyes. If Chu Mu's swordsmanship realm wasn't high enough, he would definitely feel afraid and retreat under the young man's eyes. Then, he wouldn't be qualified for the examination at all. He would be regarded as a troublemaker and would never have the chance to apply for the examination. It was very serious. However, Chu Mu didn't retreat, and his expression didn't change at all. Draw your sword. The young man didn't feel sleepy at all. An amazing sharpness spread out from his body. Suddenly, his whole body seemed to be one with the sword in his hand. He was the sword, and the sword was the man. With Chu Mu's realm, he could easily tell that this person was at the high level of the 10,000 ancient realm. He was not as young as he looked, at least close to 100 years old. His sword realm was at the peak of the human realm. The sky sword was unsheathed and the sharpness gathered. The sword in his hand merged with his body, which made the young man's eyes lit up. Human realm, take my sword! The young man shouted. He raised his sword and stabbed out instantly. He didn't use his cultivation, but only a part of his physical strength to push the sword in his hand. He and the sword became one, and the sword was as flexible as an arm. Chu Mu also limited his swordsmanship to human realm, and it was only at the initial stage of human realm. The sword art of the initial stage of the human realm was obviously weaker than that of the peak stage of the human realm. After 10 moves, Chu Mu began to be suppressed bit by bit. Thus, by the 30th move, Chu Mu was obviously at a disadvantage. Okay, you passed the examination, the young man said. He looked at Chu Mu with satisfaction. I'm the Tower Master of the 18th Sword Pagoda. How about it? Come to my Sword Pagoda. I'll think about it, Chu Mu said. Okay then. The young man didn't insist. If you want to come to my Sword Pagoda, just come to the 18th Sword Pagoda and tell me my name. I'm Shang Zhizhen. By the way, how old are you? 18, Chu Mu answered honestly. At the very least, this body of his was 18 years old. Shang Zhizhen fell silent. He glanced at Chu Mu with a complicated expression, and then turned around and left as if he had suffered a great blow. After a while, someone came to inquire about Chu Mu's information. When they learned that he was 18 years old, they were all extremely shocked. The news was quickly reported, and it caused another round of shock in the Sword Pagoda of Sword City. Shock, shock, shock. There was nothing but shock. When Chu Mu walked out, He Lianyu stood up immediately. Although he was sure that Chu Mu would pass the examination, he was still nervous because it had something to do with him. Without saying anything, Chu Mu just nodded with a smile. He Lianyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Congratulations, Brother Chu. I knew you would succeed." As for the others, their faces were filled with shock. He passed the sword of Gojosian level test, and they had been whispering and laughing at him. Now their legs were weak at the thought of it. Chapter 2027. Soon, a messenger delivered a silver, jade, sword-shaped token to Chu Mu. The token had the word King on it and 5 stars below it. One of the stars was shining, indicating that Chu Mu's current Sword City level was a Chino sword of Gojosian. Sir, Chu Mu, congratulations on becoming an Ichino sword of Gojosian. From now on, as long as you take out the Sword City token, you will enjoy a 40% discount on all purchases in Sword City. The messenger who delivered the Sword City token and interspatial ring said respectfully, "Since you have just become a sword of Gojosian, you will receive an additional 1,000 Sword City points. You can also choose a sword art from the Sword Codex Pavilion and a sword from the Sword Forge House for free. In addition, you will receive 100 Sword City points every month. These Sword City points can be used to purchase items or to enter the various cultivation sacred grounds in Sword City. If you choose to join the Sword Pagoda, you will receive additional Sword City points every month. You will also receive Sword City points for completing the Sword Pagoda's missions. These were all the benefits that Sword City would receive after becoming a sword of Gojosian. It was enviable. Hilienyu was naturally not an exception. However, when he thought about how he would also receive a one-time reward, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Sir, Hilienyu, due to your recommendation, our Sword City has an additional sword of Gojosian. The Sword Pagoda will reward you. The messenger bowed to Chumu and walked towards Hilienyu. He continued, your recommendation has been reinstated and you will receive 1,000 Sword City points. 1,000. Hilienyu's breathing became hurried. Sword City points were very precious in Sword City. For example, a swordsman would receive 10 Sword City points every month. A heroic swordsman would receive 20 Sword City points, and a talent swordsman would receive 30 Sword City points. At the Ichino sword of Gojosian level, it would increase to 100 points. At the 2-star sword of Gojosian level, it would increase to 200 points. At the 5-star sword of Gojosian level, it would increase to 500 points. Now, Hilienyu had suddenly received 1,000 Sword City points as a reward. That was the amount that a 5-star sword of Gojosian would normally receive in 2 months. It was also the amount that he would need several years to obtain now that he was a sword talent. With these 1,000 Sword City points, the 100 Sword City points I got from leveling up to sword talent, as well as some of the Sword City points I've accumulated, I now have over 1,200 Sword City points. Hilienyu quickly thought of a plan on how to best use these 1,200 Sword City points to improve his cultivation and strength in a short period of time. Brother Hellion, can you bring me to the Sword Scripture Pavilion and the Sword Crafting Tower? Chumu asked. No problem. Hilienyu spoke more straightforwardly than usual since he was in high spirits after a happy occasion. Under the envious and respectful gazes of the crowd, Chumu and Hilienyu left the Sword Crafting Tower and headed to their destination. With the Tao-seeking sword technique, Chumu did not intend to waste time to create any sword techniques. This was because he had basically used up all his accumulations on the Tao-seeking sword technique. Although he could use his superb sword technique to create some powerful sword techniques, they would not be in line with Chumu's wishes. Since that was the case, he might as well cultivate other sword techniques. The origin realm was so vast, and there were so many sword practitioners and countless sword techniques. There was bound to be a sword technique that suited him better. Moreover, the more sword techniques he cultivated, the more accumulation he would have. The path of the sword Tao was an endless path. One had to constantly accumulate experience to ensure that they would continue walking down this path. When he took out the Sword City token, the person guarding the Sword Scripture Pavilion knew that Chumu was the new sword of Gojosian. His attitude was very good, and he even specially asked Chumu what sword technique he intended to choose. Let me take a look first, Chumu said. All right, please take your time. The Sword Codex Pavilion was divided into 5 levels. Each level was 33 meters tall. The first level stored Mortal Realm sword techniques. The second level stored Origin Realm sword techniques. The third level stored Nirvana Realm sword techniques. The fourth level stored Eternal Realm sword techniques. And the fifth level stored Exceptional Realm sword techniques. In Chumu's eyes, he directly ignored the first, second, and third levels and stepped into the fourth level. As for the fifth level, it was too far away from his current level. Although he could cultivate it, he would not be able to exert much of its power. Moreover, it would consume a lot of energy. It was basically a one-time sword technique. Knowing one's own limits and acting according to one's ability was a necessary quality for a qualified sword practitioner. The fourth level contained Eternal Realm sword techniques, which were divided into beginner, middle, advanced, and peak, respectively, corresponding to the first to third heavens, fourth to sixth heavens, seventh to ninth heavens, and the last 3 levels of battle strength. For Chumu, it did not matter whether it was beginner or peak. What was important was that the sword technique suited him. In theory and in practice, Chu Mu could master any style of sword technique, but he had his own preferences. Crimson, sword technique. City toppling, sword technique. 13 styles of seizing life. Chu Mu looked over. On the bookshelves were the names of sword techniques. Just by looking at the names, one could tell the general meaning of many sword techniques. However, there were also some sword techniques whose names were very mysterious and couldn't be understood. There were thousands of sword techniques in the 4th level. Chu Mu's gaze was extremely fast as he quickly scanned through them, taking in all the names of the thousands of Eternal Realm sword techniques. In the end, Chu Mu chose a few sword techniques that suited him, but he could only choose one. Therefore, he had to carefully look through the sword techniques before making his choice. In the end, Chu Mu chose the sword technique Heaven's Edge. Since he had made his choice, he would not hesitate. Under the Sword City order, Chu Mu received a white jade slip, which recorded the contents of the Heaven's Edge sword technique. Chu Mu released his spiritual will. When it came into contact with the white jade slip, a piece of information flowed into his mind. Accompanying the information was a figure. The figure appeared in Chu Mu's spiritual world, holding a long sword and thrusting it forward. The figure's body was transparent, and one could see a red line rapidly moving within his body from inside to outside. Finally, it passed through his arm and poured into the sword in his hand. In an instant, it erupted, causing the long sword's piercing speed to reach an astonishing limit. With Chu Mu's strong comprehension, he was able to comprehend the contents of the Heaven's Edge sword technique in a very short time. Moreover, he had grasped the essence of it. If this speed was revealed to others, it would cause a great commotion. Rather than calling it a sword technique, it's better to call it a technique that uses the sword to control the power. The power in the body is superimposed over and over again, and then it explodes out, causing the speed of the sword to multiply. However, the Heaven's Edge sword technique is driven by the sword origin. I still need to adjust it slightly so that it can be driven by the power of the Tao seeking swordsmanship. In this way, it will be more powerful. With Chu Mu's sovereign level and Heaven Realm sword technique realm, it would only take a little time for him to perfect the Heaven's Edge sword technique, which was at the middle level of the Eternal Realm, and adapt it to the power of the Tao seeking swordsmanship. But now he had to go to the sword forging tower to choose a better sword. After mastering the first stage of truth-seeking technique, Chu Mu's mental world was opened up. The new mental world was different from the past. It was like a miniature chaotic void with specks of starlight. The bit of sword Tao origin appeared in the center of this miniature chaotic void mental world. It was like a cluster of nebulas slowly rotating. The origin was a power that only sovereign-level experts could control. Chu Mu's origin of sword principle was formed by combining his 2 sword essences, various true meanings, and his understanding of sword principle. He also refined part of the origin of Deep Blue Lord and Deep Blue World. Thus, Chu Mu's origin of sword principle was a very high-end origin of great ways. Currently, he was limited by his cultivation, so he could only use a little of the origin of sword principle. But it was enough for him to challenge opponents who were many levels higher. After walking out of the sword dictionary pavilion, Chu Mu was surrounded by a group of people. Greetings, Sword of Gojosian. I'm the Tower Master of the 3rd Sword Pagoda. I'm here to invite Chu Mu to join my Sword Pagoda as a Tower Master. A strong man with a huge sword on his back said in a loud voice to Chu Mu. There were a total of 157 sword pagodas in Sword City. Every sword pagoda had a pagoda master. Apart from the pagoda masters, there were also several tower masters. Every tower master's sword technique was at least in the human realm. After becoming a pagoda master, one would receive more Sword City points every month. After becoming a tower master, one would also receive additional Sword City points. Furthermore, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the sword pagoda was denser and the Great Way's tracks were clearer. Although becoming a tower master required one to accept certain obligations, it was nothing compared to the benefits. Furthermore, those obligations did not affect one's freedom and so on. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu was naturally willing to become a tower master. However, according to his understanding, sword pagodas were divided into 4 levels. The higher the level of tower master, the greater the benefits one would receive. New Sword of Gojoseon. I'm Lin Mo, the Tower Master of the 13th Sword Pagoda. I'm here to invite you to join the local Sword Pagoda at the request of the local Sword Pagoda Master. Among the crowd, a young man in green spoke coldly. His tone was indifferent, and there was a hint of arrogance in it, as if he was giving orders. As soon as Lin Mo spoke, the tower masters of the other sword pagodas all shut their mouths. They were from the human sword pagoda and could not be compared to the earth sword pagoda. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I've already agreed to join the tower master of the 18th sword pagoda, Chu Mu said unhurriedly. Very well, this is your choice. After Lin Mo heard Chu Mu's words, his brows creased, and he coldly spoke before turning around to leave. It seems like the sword of Gojoseon is not fated with us. However, even if we can't become tower masters of the same sword pagoda, we can still spar with each other. I welcome your guidance, Chu Mu said politely. Brother Chu, joining the earth sword pagoda is better than the human sword pagoda, Lian said. There's no hurry. Chu Mu said. Of course, he would not tell Lian that the reason why he did not join the so-called 13th Sword Pagoda was because of Lin Mo's attitude. It was obvious that he did not like Chu Mu. Chapter 2028. Since he had decided to join the 18th Sword Pagoda, Chu Mu didn't just say it casually. Under Lian Yu's lead, he went to the sword forging tower and chose a supreme grade sword called the Flowing Star Sword. Then he went to the 18th Sword Pagoda and told the guard of the pagoda his intentions. Soon, Shang Jijin appeared before Chu Mu. I heard that the 13th Sword Pagoda's Lin Mo went to find you. I thought you would choose the 13th Sword Pagoda, but I didn't expect you to choose mine, Shang Jijin said happily. I hit it off with the pagoda master, Chu Mu said with a smile. Come, let me introduce you to the other 3 pagoda masters of our sword pagoda. Shang Jijin was very happy and didn't look sleepy at all. Brother Chu, I plan to cultivate and increase my strength, so I'll take my leave first, Lian Yu said. He had been thinking about how to make better use of the 1,200 sword city points to increase his cultivation, strength, or sword skills in a shorter period of time. When the time comes, Brother Chu, if you need anything, you can use the Sword City token to contact me. Okay, Chu Mu said. The Sword City token wasn't just a status symbol. It could also carry Sword City points and leave their auras with the other Sword City token owners. As long as they were within a certain range, they could use the Sword City token to contact each other. The higher the level of the Sword City token, the further the distance of communication. Other than the pagoda master Shang Jijin, there were 2 other pagoda seniors. One was called Gulu, and the other was called Wang Chaoing. After the introductions, Gulu pulled Chu Mu over, wanting to spar with him. Old Go, are you trying to scare Brother Chu away? You want to spar with him? Wang Chaoing said with a smile. Hee, I'm just itching for a fight. It's all the pagoda master's fault. Gulu smiled rudely. Who told him to take the test? You can't blame me. I just happened to pass by. Shang Jijin smiled and looked at Chu Mu. Brother Chu has just joined our 18th Sword Pagoda. This is something worth celebrating. Let's go through the relevant procedures first before we celebrate. Judging from the way they spoke, there was no distinction of seniority or anything like that. It was obvious that they were easygoing and straightforward people. The procedure was very simple, and it did not take long for it to be completed. Chu Mu became the 3rd Tower Master of the 18th Man Sword Tower. The Tower Master of the 18th Man Sword Tower would receive an extra 100 Sword City points every month. In other words, Chu Mu would be able to receive 200 Sword City points every month, which was double. Pagoda Master, Brother Go, Brother Wang, I plan to cultivate at Heaven Origin Peak, said Chu Mu. Originally, he had come to Sword City because Lianyu had told him that he could obtain a large amount of primordial stones. At that time, Lianyu had thought that Chu Mu only wanted primordial stones. But after coming to Sword City, he understood that Chu Mu did not want primordial stones, but the pure yuan qi of heaven and earth. Naturally, there were several ways to obtain a large amount of primordial stones, but the fastest way was to sell the Sword City points in one's possession. Sword City points were very valuable in Sword City. Many people wanted to obtain them, but most people would not sell their Sword City points. Therefore, the price of Sword City points had always been very high. Up until now, the lowest price of a Sword City point was 10 primordial stones per point. The highest price was 1 low-grade primordial crystal per point. Primordial stones required at least 100 years of heaven and earth yuan qi to form. The higher the grade of a primordial stone, the older it was. For example, a high-grade primordial stone required at least 1,000 years to form. That was because it contained a large amount of pure yuan qi of heaven and earth. Primordial crystals were the transformation of a primordial stone. It took a longer time than a high-grade primordial stone, at least 3,000 years to be transformed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth. If there was some residue left after a primordial stone was absorbed, then after a primordial crystal was absorbed, it would completely disappear. The transformation ratio between primordial stones was 1 to 10. Then, the transformation ratio between a high-grade primordial stone and a low-grade primordial crystal would be 1 to 100. If Chu Mu only needed primordial stones, with his current 1,200 Sword City points, he could at least exchange for 12,000 high-grade primordial stones. Even 100,000 primordial stones would not be impossible. To be honest, when Chu Mu found out about this, he was very tempted. He almost looked for a place to sell his Sword City points. Then he also found out that there were many cultivation holy grounds in Sword City. Among them, there were 4 famous cultivation holy grounds: Sword Domain, Thousand Sword and Tent Mountain, Endless Sword Road, and Heaven Origin Peak. The Sword Realm was a holy land for swordsmen and sword cultivators to cultivate their sword techniques and improve their sword techniques. The 10,000 Sword and Tent Mountain was a holy land for honing one's sword intent. The Endless Sword Path was a holy land for swordsmen and sword cultivators to improve their combat experience with the sword. There was no difference between the 3 rankings. Only the Heaven Origin Summit was inferior to the top 3. Among the 4 cultivation holy grounds, Heaven Origin Peak was the only cultivation holy ground that had nothing to do with swords because it focused on cultivation. Sword City valued swords. Everything related to swords was very popular. Although cultivation was important, it was not as important as swords. Of course, cultivation could not be ignored. Otherwise, no matter how powerful one's sword skill was, it would not be powerful enough. Under such circumstances, Heaven Origin Peak surpassed the other cultivation holy grounds and was ranked as one of the 4 cultivation holy grounds. Brother, your cultivation is really low. It does not match your sword skills. You should cultivate and improve as soon as possible. The 3 of them looked at Chu Mu and nodded. They were all in the upper level of the 10,000 ancient realm. Therefore, they could see that Chu Mu's cultivation was in the 2nd level of the origin realm. Being in the 2nd level of the origin realm before the age of 20 was considered a genius in cultivation. However, compared to the beginner level of the human realm, it was not outstanding. However, Chu Mu's sword skills had reached the human realm. This meant that his cultivation would not be low. As long as he had enough energy, his cultivation would be able to improve quickly. At the very least, it would not be a problem for him to reach the Nirvana realm. In that case, let's wait for Brother Chu to come out of Heaven Origin Peak and celebrate. Shang Jijin immediately decided. As one of the 4 cultivation holy grounds, it was not cheap to enter Heaven Origin Peak to cultivate. It cost 100 sword city points a day. This was the normal monthly income of an Ichino sword of Gojoseon. However, the sword of Gojoseon could be sold at a 40% discount. It only cost 60 sword city points. There were benefits to being expensive. The Heaven Origin Peak's World Essence Chi was very rich and pure. This surprised Chumu. He sat cross-legged on Heaven Origin Peak and was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. This whiteness was the result of the Heaven Origin Peak's World Essence Chi being extremely pure and rich. Before he could activate the truth-seeking technique, a large amount of Heaven Origin Peak's World Essence Chi surrounded Chumu and entered his body. Chumu had experienced this feeling a few times in the past. However, he had never experienced it as deeply as this time. As he activated the truth-seeking technique, a whooshing sound could be heard. The white Heaven Origin Peak's World Essence Chi turned into a tornado. It was vast and mighty as it surrounded Chumu from head to toe and entered his body. This made Chumu feel as if his body was about to be torn apart. Fortunately, his truth-seeking technique had broken through from the first level to the second level. This allowed him to absorb and refine the Heaven Origin Peak's World Essence Chi at a much faster speed. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Under such a violent absorption, Chumu's cultivation level could be clearly felt rising rapidly. In a flash, half an hour had passed. Chumu's body trembled slightly. Third level of the Origin Realm. The third level of the Origin Realm was equivalent to the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation realm. If he broke through again, it would be equivalent to the 4th level of the Origin Realm. The sword chi would transform into sword energy, which would be more condensed and powerful. Therefore, to break through again, he would need even more energy. This time, he spent a total of 6 hours. Chumu's body trembled once again. His cultivation level had broken through again. 4th level of the Origin Realm. The higher the cultivation level, the more energy needed for each breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours had passed. Chumu had stayed in the heavenly peak for an entire day. Brother Chu still hasn't come out? Shang Jijin and the other 2 were very surprised. They had personally experienced the Heaven Origin Peak's World Essence Chi. Even with their endurance, they could only last for 2 to 3 days. Although Chumu had only been in there for a day, he was only at the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. There was a huge gap between him and the Eternal Realm. In the blink of an eye, the 2nd day had passed. Chumu still hadn't come out, which made Shang Jijin and the rest even more surprised. If they didn't know that the Heavenly Origin Roof had a protective function that would expel anyone who couldn't withstand it, they would have thought that Chumu had died inside. The 3rd day had passed. Chumu still hadn't come out. On the 4th day, Shang Jijin and the rest were extremely shocked. He had already surpassed them. Soon the 5th day had passed. Is he really an Origin Realm cultivator? Gu Li's eyes widened. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Shang Jijin and Wang Chaoying. Don't ask me. I don't know. Wang Chaoying said, not even 20 years old, but his sword skills have already reached the mortal realm. Such a monster can't be looked at with normal eyes. Shang Jijin said, I wonder how high his cultivation level will be after he comes out. Galu paused for a moment and asked curiously, the Nirvana realm for sure. Shang Jijin and Wang Chaoying nodded their heads with certainty. At the end of the 20th day, Chumu came out. In the Sword Pagoda, as long as one had the Sword City token, one could directly enter the sacred cultivation grounds. It was very convenient. When one left, one would appear at the same place. Chumu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Shang Jijin, Wang Chaoying, and Galu. They were stunned. Immediately, their eyes fell on Chumu. Then, their eyes widened and their pupils constricted. Their faces were full of shock. 10. Eternal Realm. Lu exclaimed as if he had seen something unbelievable. Shang Jijin and Wang Chaoying didn't say anything, but they were just as shocked as Lu. Chapter 2029. On the top floor of the 18th Sword Pagoda, Chumu's aura was that of the Immortal Realm. First heaven of the Immortal Realm. In 20 days, the 1,200 Sword City points in the Sword City token had been completely used up. Chumu's cultivation had also risen from the second level of the Origin Realm. Without any bottlenecks, the abundant energy had brought about a huge increase in his cultivation. Origin Realm, 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 and finally Nirvana Realm. There were 9 levels of the Nirvana Realm. Every Nirvana was a metamorphosis, from the body to the dantian to the soul. Every metamorphosis required a large amount of energy. If not for the fact that the heaven and earth yuan qi in the Origin Sky Peak was incomparably dense and pure, it would have been impossible for Chumu to undergo 9 nirvanas in such a short period of time. After the Nirvana Realm was the Immortal Realm, where one could condense a primordial spirit and form a sage body. However, Chumu did not form a primordial spirit like the other Immortal Realm experts. He cultivated the truth-seeking technique and did not have a primordial spirit. In his spiritual world, there were only specks of starlight and the nebula vortex in the middle. A normal eternal realm without a primordial spirit meant death. However, Chumu didn't have a primordial spirit, which meant that his ability to survive was even stronger. Even if a primordial spirit attack secret technique entered Chumu's mental world, it wouldn't be able to cause any damage because Chumu didn't have a primordial spirit. Of course, without a primordial spirit, Chumu couldn't cultivate a primordial spirit attack secret technique. It was the heavenly Tao's will to give up something and gain something. However, Chumu, who cultivated the truth-seeking technique and mastered the Tao-seeking sword principle, had the ability to attack his opponent's spiritual world. He could do it with every strike, so it did not make much of a difference whether he had a primordial spirit secret technique or not. His soul and consciousness were in the depths of the sword principle origin and were protected. Unless the sword principle origin was broken, Chumu's soul would not be harmed. This required at least a sovereign realm expert. Similarly, Chumu's physique had not transformed into a sage body, but it was not any weaker than a sage body. In a short span of 20 days, he had soared from the second level of the Origin Realm to the first heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm. I don't know what to say, Lu said blankly. After a while, the 3 of them regained their senses, but they were still shocked. Let's go. We should properly celebrate. This tower master has decided to go to the 3-flavor tower, said Shang Jijin straightforwardly. Let's go. When Lu and Wang Chaoying heard this, they were overjoyed. Their impatient looks made Chumu look forward to it. Brother Chu, you're in luck. The head chef of the 3-flavor restaurant is a spiritual chef. Li's saliva was about to flow out. The 3-flavor tower's expenses were frighteningly high. Moreover, they only accepted payment from Sword City points. The 4 of them ordered 8 dishes and a jar of wine. In the end, Shang Jijin actually paid them 60 Sword City points. This was the result of a 40% discount. In other words, eating such a meal was equivalent to cultivating in the heavenly Origin Peak for a day. Although the expenses were high, they were also very valuable. First of all, the taste of the dishes and wine. Chumu was certain that this was the first time he had tasted such delicacies after experiencing several worlds. The 2 signature dishes of the 3-flavor tower tasted different when it entered the mouth, when it was chewed, and when it was swallowed it tasted different. It was the same for the wine. The 3 tastes were completely different and did not conflict with each other. In the end, the 3 tastes turned into a warm current that spread throughout the body. The warmth made one feel very comfortable, and their essence, qi, and soul seemed to have improved slightly. Chu Mu judged that if an ordinary first heavenly layer eternal realm cultivator ate such a meal, their cultivation would definitely improve significantly. It would at least be equivalent to 1 or 2 years of comprehensive cultivation under normal circumstances. However, he cultivated essence, chi, and soul at the same time, and his foundation was incomparably solid. Thus, the improvement was very slight. However, if he ate such a meal every day, it would be very helpful for his cultivation to improve rapidly. The 3 flavor tower and the heavenly origin peak were like this. Chu Mu could not help but sigh. The sword city points were indeed useful. If I sold the 1,200 sword city points, even if I obtained 1,200 low-grade, profound crystals, my cultivation would not be able to reach the nirvana realm, let alone the eternal realm. Chu Mu thought to himself, no wonder there were so few people willing to sell sword city points. Pagoda Master, is there any way to obtain sword city points faster? Chu Mu asked after eating and drinking to his heart's content. There are indeed ways to obtain more sword city points. The first way is to improve your sword skills and pass higher level tests to obtain more sword city points. The second way is to challenge other pagoda masters. If you obtain the position of pagoda master, you will be able to obtain more sword city points. Go Lu took the lead and said, the third way is to complete the sword pagoda's missions, but there is a certain degree of danger involved. The fourth way is to answer the questions of the sword practitioners and sword cultivators in Sword City. The fifth way is to challenge and gamble. Chu Mu listened quietly. Brother Chu, if you lack Sword City points, I have some here. You can use them first. Shang Jijin said, I need a large amount of Sword City points. Chu Mu politely rejected the offer. 1,200 Sword City points were enough for him to cultivate in the heavenly origin peak. However, the gap between each level of the eternal realm was huge, especially when Chu Mu was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. The energy required to raise each level was many times more than the amount required to raise his cultivation level. Apart from cultivation, the truth-seeking technique also required a large amount of energy. Now that I am at the first sky of the immemorial realm, I can use the Heaven's Horn sword art with the help of the Tao-seeking sword art. With a trace of the sword Tao origin, I can sweep through the immemorial realm. It will be safer in Sword City. Chu Mu thought, maybe I can display a higher level of sword Tao. For example, I can reach the limit of mortal realm and obtain a 5-star Sword of Gojosian. I can earn 1,000 Sword City points every month. Or maybe I can challenge the Tower Master's position and earn more Sword City points every month. Other than that, I can also answer questions and earn extra Sword City points. As for completing the mission, Chu Mu temporarily eliminated it because if the mission was easy to complete, the Sword City points he would get wouldn't be many. If the difficulty was high, though he could get more Sword City points, it would probably take a long time. As for the challenge stakes, Chu Mu would never take the initiative to do so. That wasn't his personality. Of course, if someone else came to challenge him, the situation would be different. While he was thinking, Chu Mu, Shang Jijin, and the other 2 walked out of the 3-flavor tower. Just then, a few people walked past them. When they saw Chu Mu, they stopped and turned around to walk towards him. The new Sword of Gojosian, your surname Chu, right? Are you interested in playing? A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Chu Mu looked over. Wasn't it the Tower Master of the 13th Sword Tower, Lin Mo, who had invited him before? Unlike before, Lin Mo didn't have the cold expression on his face. Even his words had a hint of provocation. Lin Mo, who is this? One of the 2 people who came with Lin Mo was a handsome man who didn't look very old. He was wearing a light metal armor and had 3 long swords on his back. The other person was a woman with a black veil covering half her face. She wore a black robe and had a pair of deep black eyes. Brotherly, this is our Sword City's new Ichino sword of Gojoseon. He's young, but his future is limitless. Lin Emo chuckled and said with a hint of ridicule. The man and woman looked at Chu-Mu a few more times. In their eyes, Chu-Mu's first heavenly layer cultivation base wasn't hidden at all. This kind of cultivation base was like an ant in their eyes. Moreover, the Ichino sword of Gojoseon's level wasn't enough to attract their attention. Hence, they lost interest after a few glances. Lin and Mo, don't waste time. Li Chen said. Yes, brotherly. Lin and Mo nodded and looked at Chu-Mu. How about it, new sword of Gojoseon? Go play. If you win, you'll get a lot of Sword City points. I think you should know that Sword City points are very useful. When Lin Mo's words fell, Shang Jijin and the others seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed. Brother Chu, let's go. Gulu tugged on Chu-Mu's sleeve. How do we play? Tell me. If I'm interested, I'll go. Chu-Mu replied. It's very simple. We'll compare sword skills. Lin Emo said. Brother Chu, you mustn't go. It's not good for you. The Dynasty Battalion transmitted their voice to Chu-Mu. Shang Jijin looked at Lin Emo coldly and said, Lin Emo, Chu-Mu is just a new Ichino sword of Gojoseon. He shouldn't have offended you. Tower Lord Shang, how can you say that? It's because he's a new sword of Gojoseon that I'm taking care of him. Lin Emo said innocently. Oh right, my sword skills have improved recently. I'm wondering if I should become the Tower Lord. The last sentence was obviously a threat. Welcome, Shang Jijin said coldly. Tower Lord, lend me some Sword City points first. Chu-Mu said, since Lin Emo wanted to play, then he would play. He would display part of his strength and gain more Sword City points. In a short period of time, his cultivation base would increase. Cultivation base wasn't what Chu-Mu was thinking about. What he needed to do first was to increase his cultivation base. As his cultivation base increased, his strength would increase. The stronger he was, the higher his ability to protect himself. Brother Chu, Lin Emo doesn't have good intentions. Shang Jijin pointed it out without hesitation. I know, but I really do need Sword City points. Chu-Mu didn't hide it. His tone was calm, but his attitude was firm. Then, let's go together. Shang Jijin said. He couldn't just leave Chu-Mu like this. At the same time, he transferred 500 Sword City points to Chu-Mu. Haha, great. Lin Emo laughed. A ruthless glint flashed through his eyes before being replaced by pride. He glanced obscurely at Chu-Mu and thought to himself, very soon, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Chapter 2030. The 100 Sword Tower was a public place, but only Sword Tower people could enter. Today, the 100 Sword Tower was completely booked. Normal Sword Tower people didn't have the right to enter. Chu-Mu and the others quickly entered the 100 Sword Tower under Lin Mo's lead. Lin Mo was clearly very familiar with the people already in the 100 Sword Tower, and they all greeted each other. Haha, Brother Ichen, Tower Master Su Choshue, it truly wasn't easy to invite you here. A tall middle-aged man laughed heartily. He was the organizer of this 100 Sword Tower gathering. Tower Master Chao Jianjing from the 8th Heavens Sword Tower. Brother Chao, it was easy to invite me, mainly because Tower Master Su is busy. Li Chen laughed. Anyone with eyes could see that he was interested in the black-clothed Tower Master Su Choshue, but he didn't know if she was interested in him. Then Brother Ichen has to work hard. Chao Jianjing laughed. He swept his gaze over Shang Jijin and the others, feeling that they were familiar. His gaze then fell on Chu-Mu's face, and his brows creased. He looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this new friend is... Brother Chao, this is our Sword City's new sword of Gojoseon. He's called Chu-Mu. Lin Mo said as he looked at Chu-Mu. This name is correct, right? It seemed to be a question, but everyone could feel Lin Mo's contempt. Oh, it's that sword technique genius, not even 20 years old. He indeed looks very young. 18 years old. At that time, my sword technique realm was only at Heart's Desire. He's so young, yet his sword technique realm has reached the human realm. His sword technique talent is superb. In the future, he may even reach the Earth realm. Earth realm was the lifelong pursuit of many sword cultivators. Many sword cultivators were stuck in the human realm their entire lives, unable to break through. It's because I saw that this new sword of Gojosian is a sword technique genius that I invited him here to give him some pointers. Lin Mo said. Shang Jijin stared coldly at Lin Mo. He obviously knew that Lin Mo's so-called pointers were not good intentions. The people present all had good relationships with Lin Mo. Thus, when they heard Lin Mo's words, they naturally understood what he meant. Thus, they all laughed. I heard that I can earn sword city points here, so I came. Chu Mu said calmly. What a joke. How could a sovereign realm expert be intimidated by the gazes of a group of eternal realm experts? You can indeed earn sword city points here. Let's see if you have the ability. Perhaps it was because Chu Mu's words were too direct, but some people immediately sneered and retorted bluntly. There were also some people who showed unfriendly expressions. How? Chu Mu did not care about the attitudes of others. As for Shang Jijin and the other two, they let out a bitter smile. Old brother Chu, you're just drawing hatred. But what they didn't know was that Chu Mu wanted to get more sword city points as soon as possible so that he could increase his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, Chao Jianjing was the initiator of this gathering. Naturally, he couldn't let the situation get out of control. He explained, Sword of Gojosian, our gathering is not to earn sword city points, but to exchange sword skills and insights. Sword city points are just a side benefit. After all, it can make everyone more motivated. Chu Mu nodded. Chao Jianjing continued. Sometimes we will exchange pointers in our gatherings, but this time it's not a friendly exchange. Instead, we will display our own abilities and create sword moves on the spot. Then, others will break the move. If the move is broken, then you will have to pay a certain amount of sword city points to the opponent. If you can't break the move, then you will naturally get a certain amount of sword city points. Usually it's 10 points, but you can also bet to increase it. Chao Jianjing's words immediately made Chu Mu understand. Creating and breaking moves on the spot was indeed a new way of doing things. Of course, as for whether the sword moves were created on the spot or not, it would depend on the person's self-awareness. Maybe some people had already prepared for it. However, under normal circumstances, very few people would do this. This was because creating and breaking moves on the spot would also be helpful to their own swordsmanship. If they prepared in advance, it would be cheating. Other than obtaining some sword city points, it would not be very beneficial to their own swordsmanship. Moreover, there would be some grudges in their hearts. They were all sword cultivators. Going against a sword heart would only backfire. Sword of Gojosian is a new sword of Gojosian. It's also his first time participating in our gathering. I suggest that we let Chu Sword of Gojosian create his move first. Lin Mo suddenly said. It sounded like he was giving face to Chu Mu by letting him create his move first. It seemed like a show of respect, but it was actually a trap. Shang Jijin and the others couldn't point it out. Everyone naturally understood Lin Mo's words. Chu Mu also understood the meaning behind it. Lin Mo wanted to teach him a lesson. He had only rejected the other party's invitation. How could he bear such a grudge? If he was too petty, then his achievements would be limited. Then I'll throw a brick to attract jade. Chu Mu didn't have any intention of declining. Creating his own sword move wasn't difficult for him at all. The difficult part was creating a near-perfect sword move that he wanted to use. That required a lot of accumulation. Sword of Gojosian, if you create your own sword move, you don't need to use it. Just send it into the will stone. If someone wants to break the move, they can directly touch the will stone. Chao Jianzheng was the organizer of the gathering after all. He had to make things clear. Remember, there's a time limit to creating a move. It can't exceed 15 minutes, said Lin Mo. This Lin, sword of Gojosian, if he creates a sword move, will you break it? Asked Chu Mu. He knew the other party's name, but purposely used something to replace it. It was a kind of counterattack. Break, of course I'll break it. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with anger. I remember that Pagoda Venerable Chao said that sword city points can be raised. Chu Mu looked at Lin Mo. If it's less than 100 points, don't embarrass yourself. Don't worry, a mere 100 sword city points is nothing to me. Lin Mo sneered. Chu Mu smiled and didn't say anything. He walked to the side of a black will stone and closed his eyes to think. No one disturbed him. Although they didn't say anything, they were all pondering in their hearts. Time slowly passed. After 15 minutes, Chu Mu placed his hand on the will stone. After a few breaths, his hand left the stone. Okay, then let me see how exquisite the 18-year-old sword of Gojosian's self-created sword move is. Lin Mo's eyes flashed. He strode over and said, You have 500 sword city points, right? I'll raise it by 500. Lin Mo, isn't 500 too much? Everyone was shocked. 500 might not be a lot to them, but for a new sword of Gojosian, it was definitely not a small amount. Chao Jianjing said, Sword of Gojosian, don't you want to earn sword city points? Of course, the more the better. Lin Mo smiled and looked at Chu Mu. Don't you think so, sword of Gojosian? Of course. Chu Mu said unconcernedly, with his heaven realm, sword, art realm, and dominator realm cultivation. He might not be satisfied with the sword move he created, but it was definitely profound and exquisite. How could it be broken so easily? However, is there a time limit for breaking the move? Yes, the time limit for creating and breaking the move is 15 minutes. Shang Zhizhen immediately said. Lin Mo glanced at Shang Zhizhen and placed his hand on the will stone. He closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the will stone, condensing into a figure. Within the will stone there was a figure. It was Chu Mu's figure. He stood with a sword in his hand. When he saw Lin Mo charging over, he instinctively slashed out. This sword move was Chu Mu's self-created sword move. It was a simple slash, but Lin Mo didn't underestimate it. He used words to provoke Chu Mu again and again. But when it came to breaking the sword move, he was completely focused. An 18-year-old genius who could become the sword of Gojosian. His self-created sword move might have some mysteries. Lin Mo was still trying to think of a way to deal with this simple slash when the sword suddenly split into 2, 2 into 4 into 8, and 8 into 16. And the number of slashes continued to multiply until there were so many of them that they slashed down from all directions. Lin Mo was shocked and hurriedly retreated. His mind raced as he tried to think of a way to break it, but he couldn't think of anything. Time slowly passed. Lin Mo used all kinds of sword moves, but he still couldn't break Chu Mu's sword move. The so-called breaking of a move referred to targeting the flaws in the opponent's sword move and breaking it. It didn't rely on brute force to break it. Plus, when one's consciousness entered the will stone, one couldn't use any extra power. One could only rely on finding the flaws in the opponent's sword move and break it. This was the only way. Was there a flaw in Chu Mu's self-created move? Yes, at least in Chu Mu's eyes there was. But in Lin Mo's eyes there wasn't, because he couldn't find it. Time slowly passed. Lin Mo was anxious. This was not only related to 500 sword city points, but also his face. Calm down, there must be a flaw. How can a mere Ichino sword of Gojosian's self-created move stump me? A 4-star sword of Gojosian. Lin Mo constantly reminded himself. He still hasn't broken the move. Seeing that 15 minutes was about to pass, Lin Mo's eyes were still closed. His hand didn't seem to have any intention of leaving the will stone. Everyone was shocked. When 15 minutes was up, the will stone suddenly released a burst of energy, bouncing Lin Mo's hand away. Everyone knew that Lin Mo didn't break the move as he wished. Lin Mo's face was gloomy like dark clouds. His gloomy eyes stared at Chu Mu. 500. Chu Mu faintly smiled and took out his Sword City token. Humph! Lin Mo coldly snorted and transferred 500 Sword City points to Chu Mu. To him, 500 Sword City points wasn't a lot because he was a 4-star Sword of Gojosian, adding his identity as the Earth Sword Tower's Pagoda Master. He could earn up to 1,200 Sword City points every month. Adding on some other income, 1,500 Sword City points wasn't a problem. The main thing was his face. Chapter 2031. Lin Mo had lost 500 Sword City points. Shang Jijin and the other two were naturally happy, but the others might not be. Thus, there was an awkward silence. After all, Chao Jianzheng was the initiator. He immediately said with a smile, "Just now I was thinking about creating a move. Now, I will send it into the will stone. Which Sword of Gojosian is willing to teach me a thing or two? I'll be the first to sign up." Immediately, someone agreed. The atmosphere became lively again. Otherwise, this gathering would be a failure. 100 Sword City points. The black-robed Tower Master Su looked at Chu Mu and suddenly said. Then, she walked towards the will stone where Chu Mu had left his sword move. Everyone immediately understood that Tower Master Su saw that Lin Mo couldn't break his sword move and was curious, so she wanted to try it herself. In fact, many people had the same idea, but they didn't have the confidence. After all, Lin Mo was a 4-star Sword of Gojosian, and his sword art realm had improved recently. If even he couldn't break it, then they might not have the confidence. Tower Master Su was the Earth Sword Tower's Tower Master. Her sword art realm had reached the limit of mortal realm, much higher than Lin Mo's. Perhaps she could break it. Everyone's attention was focused on Tower Master Su. Soon, 15 minutes passed, and Tower Master Su's hand was bounced off. Break failed. 100 Sword City points. Tower Master Su said again. Her hand once again pressed on the will stone, trying to break it for the second time. 3 times in a row. Tower Master Su also paid 300 Sword City points, but still couldn't break Chu Mu's sword move. This time, everyone looked at Chu Mu in a completely different light. To be able to become the Earth Sword Tower's Tower Master, one sword art realm must be very high. Even she couldn't break it. Among everyone present, perhaps only Sky Sword Tower's Tower Master, Chao Jianjing, could break it. Chao Jianjing didn't have the intention to break it. He was the Tower Master of Sky Sword Tower, and Chu Mu was just a newly promoted Sword of Gojosian. If he couldn't break it, not only would he set off Chu Mu, but he would also lose face. He wasn't willing to take such a risk. From this point, it could be seen that Chao Jianzheng was someone who cherished his reputation. He wasn't as pure as Tower Master Su. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu had gained 800 Sword City points. He was extremely happy. Lin Mo was standing on the side, of course, of Gojosian, but he didn't say a word. After breaking 5 moves in a row, Chu Mu obtained 500 Sword City points, which was a total of 1,300 Sword City points. Not only did he make up for what he had spent, but he also gave the 500 Sword City points back to Shang Jijin. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Chu Mu changed. Once again, this new Sword of Gojosian had risen to a new level in their hearts. Was this really the Ichino Sword of Gojosian? No one could see any changes to the Stone of Will. They only felt that it had become more profound. Very quickly, Chu Mu's Sword City points reached 1,500 points. Chu Mu, do you dare to make another bet? Lin Mo suddenly opened his mouth and stared coldly at Chumu. Speak, Chumu replied directly. I'll create a sword move, and you'll have to break it. The bet is 1,000 sword city points. Lin Mo said. Okay. Chumu didn't hesitate at all. Speaking of which, Lin Mo actually had an advantage. After all, nearly 2 hours had passed. In this period of time, Lin Mo had definitely been thinking about how to create a sword move. If he said it now, he would have another 15 minutes to create it. Adding it all together, it would be over 2 hours. The advantage wasn't small. There was nothing they could do about it. However, according to the past, they were just playing around. It wasn't a big deal, so they didn't object. Besides, Chumu, the person involved, didn't say anything. After 15 minutes, Lin Mo smiled confidently and transmitted his self-created sword move into the Stone of Will. Please. After more than 2 hours of preparation, Lin Mo was full of confidence. Remember, the bet is 1,000 sword city points. Chumu nodded his head and appeared next to the summoning stone, instantly attracting everyone's attention. His palm pressed against the summoning stone, and his consciousness instantly entered it. Condensing into a human figure, he saw Lin Mo's figure charging over with a sword. This sword move was like an ice river descending. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens and the earth, and an astonishing chill spread out in all directions. Of course, this chill wasn't real chill, but a feeling brought about by the sword move that belonged to the consciousness. Chumu didn't move an inch. His eyes flickered with a bit of light. Soon after, just as Lin Mo's sword was about to descend, he pulled out his sword and a bit of cold light appeared. Suddenly, Lin Mo's sword stopped and the shocking cold aura dissipated in an instant. It was as if an ice age had descended and shattered. This meant that Lin Mo's sword move had been broken by Chumu. Chumu raised his palm, naturally. Everyone knew that he had broken Lin Mo's sword move. The whole process didn't even take 60 breaths. This was actually the result of Chumu holding back. With his Heaven Realm sword technique, he could break Lin Mo's self-created sword move in 3 breaths. After breaking Lin Mo's sword move, Chumu looked at Lin Mo and said unhurriedly, 1,000 sword city points. Impossible! Lin Mo screamed. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept this result. Are you planning to break the contract? Chumu asked. Everyone's expression was somewhat unfriendly. 1,000 sword city points wasn't a small amount. However, since he had already said it, and he even took the initiative to say it, if he broke the contract, he would be looked down upon by everyone. Here you go. Lin Mo almost gritted his teeth as he transferred the 1,000 sword city points to Chumu. His face was dark. Anger attacked his heart. He was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling. Chumu, do you dare to play big with me? Speak. After receiving another 1,000 sword city points, Chumu didn't care about Lin Mo's murderous gaze. Lin Mo, enough is enough. Chao Jianzheng hurriedly said. He could see that Lin Mo had already lost his mind. Brother Chao, don't stop me. I don't believe that I, Lin Mo, am inferior to an Ichino sword of Gojoseon. Lin Mo said fiercely. Chumu, do you dare to play? 5,000 sword city points. Now, Chumu already had 2,500 sword city points. How do you want to play? Chumu asked. In terms of aura, he didn't lose out at all. Let's change the way we play. Creating and breaking moves can't show one's strength. For us sword cultivators, in the end, everything is for the sake of strength. Lin Mo said coldly. Without strength, everything else is just empty talk. So, let's compete and see who can pass the most stages in the endless path of swords. Lin Mo, you're really shameless. Shang Jijin said angrily. What's your cultivation? What's sword skill realm? What's Brother Chu's sword skill realm? Do you think everyone is blind? Everyone could see that Chumu's cultivation was at the first heavenly layer of the eternal ancient realm, while Shang Jijin was an Ichino sword of Gojosian. As for Lin Mo, he was a 4-star sword of Gojosian and an 8th heavenly layer of the eternal ancient realm. The gap between them was huge. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Mo could defeat Chu Mu in a real battle. With such a huge gap in strength, there was no doubt that Lin Mo would win if they challenged the endless path of swords. Understanding this, the crowd's gaze towards Lin Mo changed. They could tolerate a challenge, but not a challenge with such a huge gap in strength. In his anger, Lin Mo didn't think too much about it. Realizing that he had made a mistake, he quickly tried to salvage the situation. I haven't finished speaking. First, I'll bet 5,000 Sword City points against his 2,500 Sword City points. Second, I'll give you 5 stages in the endless path of swords. Hearing this, the crowd's expression eased a little, and they all looked towards Chu Mu. Brother Chu, there's no need for that, Shang Jijin said, although Chu Mu had to give Lin Mo 5 stages. He didn't have much of an advantage. However, Lin Mo had bet 5,000 Sword City points, while Chu Mu had bet 2,500 Sword City points. Chu Mu nodded at Shang Jijin, then looked at Lin Mo. Since you want to give me Sword City points, I'm happy to accept. All right, I'll give you 10 days to prepare. 10 days later, we'll meet at the endless path of swords, Lin Mo said. Soon after, he turned around and left because he could not continue to stay here. Otherwise, he did not know if his reason would be overwhelmed by his anger and he would do something unwise. After Lin Mo left, Chu Mu also didn't plan to stay any longer. He could see that the atmosphere here was ruined, so he left with Shang Jijin and the others. After they left, the crowd didn't have the mood to stay any longer. After all, after the matter between Chu Mu and Lin Mo, they were more or less distracted. Most of their attention was on Chu Mu. This new Ichino sword of Gojosian had shocked them. I think it's obvious that he needs 10 days to prepare, but he's still making it sound so nice, said Galu disdainfully. It doesn't matter. 10 days, I can use it to practice the sword art I got from the Sword Cannon Pavilion, said Chu Mu casually. This was the truth. Brother Chu, the difference in cultivation between you and Lin Mo is too great. The difference in strength is also too great. Even if he gives you 5 stages, you won't have any advantage, said Shang Jijin. Tower Master, I must get the 5,000 Sword City points, said Lin Mo. His voice was filled with unshakable confidence, let alone Lin Mo giving him 5 stages. Even if he didn't, Chu Mu was still confident he could win. Of course, if Lin Mo wanted to give him 5 stages, he wouldn't need to reveal so much of his strength. The 3 of them could hear the absolute confidence in Chu Mu's voice, but they didn't understand where this confidence came from. Since that was the case, they didn't say anything. After all, they had only known Chu Mu for a short while. They hadn't reached the point where they could confide in each other. Not long after, everyone returned to the human sword pagoda. The top floor was where the Tower Master lived and cultivated. Below him were where the 3 Tower Venerables lived and cultivated. In these 10 days, Chu Mu began to practice the Heaven's Horn Sword art. Chapter 2032. The Sword Pagoda circle wasn't large. Therefore, the various conflicts between Chu Mu and Lin Mo had spread to the ears of every sword cultivator in Sword City, arousing their intense curiosity. Even the 12 Sword Pagoda masters were alerted. Even the Tower Master of the Central Divine Sword Pagoda was alerted. 10 days passed in a flash. Sword cultivators arrived in front of the endless path of swords. They were all Tower Masters and Tower Masters of the various sword pagodas. Soon, there were more than 100 people. They were very curious about Chu Mu, the new sword of Gojosian. More than 100 sword of Gojosian sword pagodas had gathered at the entrance of the endless path of swords. They all knew each other. After greeting each other, they chatted casually. Chu Mu and Lin Mo arrived one after another amidst the crowd's discussion. 10 days later, Lin Mo had completely adjusted his condition. His essence, energy, and spirit were at their peak. His entire body exuded a sharp aura like an unsheathed sword. Clearly, he had done his best to adjust his essence, energy, and spirit during these 10 days so that he was in his best condition. Of course, other than adjusting himself, Lin Mo had also borrowed some Sword City points from the other Sword of Gojoseon. After all, he didn't have more than 5,000 Sword City points. Full of confidence and sharp aura, Lin Mo's aura was high. His sharp gaze landed on Chu Mu's face as if he wanted to pierce through Chu Mu. Chu Mu glanced at Lin Mo. His gaze was calm, like the water in an ancient well without any ripples. Humph! Lin Mo snorted coldly. His voice was as sharp as a sword. I am not talented, but I have been specially invited to judge this competition. Suddenly, a black-robed old man laughed as he walked over and spoke in a clear voice. Soon after, his gaze swept over Lin Mo and Chu Mu. We are all sword cultivators of Sword City. This senior is happy to see the competition between each other. However, this senior wants to say that competition is competition. Don't create a huge conflict and ruin the glory of our Sword City, sword cultivators. The black-robed elder was the pagoda master of the second heaven, Sword Pagoda. His sword technique had reached the Earth Realm. Within Sword City, the tower masters of the 12 sky sword towers had all reached the Earth Realm. The difference between the Earth Realm and the Mortal Realm was huge. Therefore, the Sky Sword Tower Masters who had reached the Earth Realm were very respected. Tower Master Tang, don't worry. Chu, Sword of Gojoseon, and I are only having a friendly competition. Lin Mo said. Chu Mu didn't say anything. He just gave a sword salute to Pagoda Master Tang. It was a very ordinary sword salute. Since that's the case, let's proceed with the competition according to your agreement. This Exalted will be the referee. I hope that the two of you will give this Exalted some face and stop fighting, said Pagoda Master Tang. Okay, Lin Mo hurriedly replied. Chu Mu also nodded in agreement. In that case, let's begin. Tower Master Tang nodded in satisfaction. At the very least, both of them were giving him face. For some people, the higher their status, the more they cherish their face. Then, who will go first? I'll go first. Before Chu Mu could open his mouth, Lin Mo immediately said. He chose to go first for a certain purpose. No matter what, his cultivation was far higher than Chu Mu's. His sword skill realm was also higher than Chu Mu's. His overall strength was many times higher than Chu Mu's. There was simply no way to compare. If he went first, Chu Mu would definitely feel pressured by the number of stages he had passed. Chu Mu would not be able to display his full strength, and he might not even be able to reach the result of the first layer of the immemorial realm. That would be a huge loss of face. Chu Mu was very happy that Lin Mo went first because he only needed to pass 5 of Shaolin Mo's stages. The more stages he passed, the better it would be. In an instant, Lin Mo entered the boundless path of swords and started his challenge. The others waited outside. They had no way to see the battle within the boundless path of swords. But to them, a few hours of time was nothing, especially in the face of such a matter. Time slowly passed. While everyone was waiting, they were also discussing. Some were guessing how many stages Lin Mo had passed. I remember that Lin Mo went through the endless path of swords a few months ago. He seemed to have reached the 45th stage. After a few months, his strength must have increased. Maybe he can reach the 46th stage. Although the endless path of swords was called endless, it actually had an end. The most difficult opponents were those below the Great Emperor Realm. In a flash, 2 hours passed. Lin Mo was still challenging the endless path of swords. For hours passed, but Lin Mo still hadn't appeared. He should have reached the 40th stage. Someone guessed after comparing their strength. Old Brother Chu, if Lin Mo really reached the 47th stage, then you have to reach the 42nd stage to win. Shang Jijin said The 42nd stage's opponent is at the peak of the 5th celestial layer. He's very strong for celestial layers higher than you. There's still the difference between the initial and middle stages of the Saint Realm. In other words, Shang Zhijin wasn't optimistic about Chu Mu's chances. In fact, no one was optimistic about Chu Mu's chances. They were just curious. How many stages could Chu Mu reach with his first celestial layer cultivation? As long as one was a genius, they had the ability to fight above their level. The number of stages they could fight above their level was an important standard to judge a genius. Pagoda Master, fighting above my level is my specialty, Chu Mu said seriously. However, to others it sounded like a joke. You could fight someone 1 level higher than you, 2 levels higher than you, or even 3 levels higher than you. But could you fight someone 4 levels higher than you? There was even a difference between the initial and middle stages of the Saint Realm. Since things had already reached this point, it was useless to say anything. In less than an hour, Lin Mo's figure appeared in front of everyone. His aura was weak, and it was clear that he had exhausted all his strength in the endless path of swords. 47th stage. The moment Lin Mo appeared, someone immediately used the Sword City token to check and exclaimed. Lin Mo's cultivation was at the early stages of the 9th heavenly layer, but his opponent on the 47th level had already surpassed the 9th heavenly layer, stepping into the ranks of the 3 great powers, the Bright Moon Realm. Lin Mo only lost after reaching the 47th level, indicating that his strength was much higher than his cultivation. He was at least at the peak of the Dark Star Realm, or even at the Bright Moon Realm. Chu Mu, you have to reach the 42nd stage at the very least. Lin Mo calmed himself down and looked at Chu Mu with a cold smile. The 42nd stage's opponent was at the peak of the 6th celestial layer. A 1-star initial stage, Saint Realm challenging, a peak 6th celestial layer was complete nonsense. At the very least, they had never seen it before, let alone heard of it. Under everyone's gazes, Chu Mu's expression was indifferent as he disappeared into the endless path of swords. If you can really reach the 42nd stage, I won't dare to provoke you anymore. Lin Mo thought inwardly because he knew what it meant. However, he didn't believe that Chu Mu could do it. I think he's probably at the 40th stage. And to reach the 40th stage with the cultivation of the first celestial layer, he's indeed a rare genius. While everyone was discussing, Chu Mu appeared on a wide path. The path seemed to be formed by countless white clouds. Wisps of white aura floated like white fog. Looking ahead, the path in the clouds seemed to have no end. Chu Mu took a step forward and strode forward. His first opponent appeared clearly in the clouds. Without stopping, he directly walked past, and that figure instantly dissipated. It was as if Chu Mu was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. He was incomparably leisurely. One figure after another collapsed as he advanced. In the endless path of swords, the strength of the opponents ranged from low to high. Each opponent was considered a stage, and when the stages were stacked together, they formed a great stage. The weakest opponent was at the peak of the first level of the mortal realm. The second opponent was at the peak of the second level, and so on. The 12th stage's opponent was at the peak of the 12th level of the mortal realm. The 13th stage's opponent was still at the mortal realm, but he was invincible in the mortal realm. He was also the strongest opponent in the first stage. The second stage's opponent was at the origin returning stage, from the first level of the origin realm to the 12th level of the origin realm, and finally, invincible in the origin realm. The third stage's opponent was at the nirvana stage, from the first level of the nirvana stage to the 9th level, and finally invincible in the nirvana stage. To Chu Mu, passing the first 3 stages wasn't difficult at all. He didn't even need to use his sword. The 4th stage's opponent was at the immemorial stage, and his first opponent was at the peak of the first level of the immemorial stage. In terms of cultivation, he was much stronger than Chu Mu. Of course, in terms of the quality and quantity of his sword energy, he was much weaker than Chu Mu. The first opponent on Aeon Pass was easily killed without drawing his sword. Then the second opponent was killed as well, and the third one was killed as well, pointing his sword at them. Next, let's try the heaven's horn sword art. Chumu thought. He unsheathed his sword, and the flowing star sword pierced through the sky like a meteor. He didn't use the Tao-seeking sword art, nor did he use the sword Tao origin. He only used his sword energy. Sword energy flowed through his body, and after the heaven's horn sword art, it quickly circulated in his body and compressed. In an instant, the flowing star sword's speed doubled. Heaven's Edge was originally a sword art that pursued the pinnacle of speed. There was only one sword thrust, but it was divided into 5 levels. At each level, the power would revolve and condense once more, and the explosive speed would increase by 1-fold. In other words, the 5th level of the Heaven's Horn sword art could increase the speed of the sword by 5 times. However, after Chu Mu's refinement, the speed of the sword art circulation and condensation had increased by 30%. It had also increased from the 5th level to the 7th level. The highest speed could reach was 7 times the original speed, and the level had also increased from the middle immemorial stage to the high immemorial stage. Chu Mu also felt that the Heaven's Horn sword art had the potential to be improved further, but it would take some time. The first level of the Heaven's Horn sword art could break through space and kill a peak 4th level of the immemorial stage expert. It didn't consume much of Chu Mu's energy. Chapter 2033. Outside the endless path of swords, Lin Mo's aura had calmed down, indicating that he had recovered a portion of his energy. Everyone was waiting. They were also secretly guessing how many stages Chu Mu could pass. The endless path of swords. It was said that others could not view it, but that was not the case. At the very least, the Divine Sword Tower's Tower Master had the qualifications to view it directly. Currently, the Divine Sword Tower's Tower Master was sitting in the Divine Sword Tower and using his mind to view the entire process of Chu Mu's endless path of swords. He was very surprised because up until now, Chu Mu had already passed the 41st stage. The opponent in the 41st stage was at the peak of the 5th sky of the Aeon. He was strong, and his sword skills were exquisite. Every opponent in the Aeon stage was at the human realm. Without using the sword Tao origin, truth-seeking technique, and Tao-seeking sword technique, Chu Mu felt a lot of pressure facing an opponent who was at the peak of 5th sky of Aeon and had reached the middle stage of human realm with just Heaven's Horn sword art. His opponent's sword technique was extremely exquisite. Every move was ruthless and swift. It was like a torrential storm of attacks. Every strike was fatal. While dodging, Chu Mu's sword trembled, and the Heavenly Horn sword art's 5th layer burst forth. The sword origin revolved and condensed in his body. After 5 rounds of high-intensity compression, the sword was unleashed. The speed of the sword reached its peak and increased by 5 times. Chu Mu's sword origin was already very strong, far stronger than an ordinary first sky of the Aeon. His sword speed was also very fast. With the increase of 5 times, it was even more shocking. However, his opponent was at the peak of the 5th sky of the Aeon. There was a difference of 4 heavens in cultivation. There was also the difference between the beginning level of the Saint Realm and the middle level of the Saint Realm. With such a huge difference, Chu Mu was not his opponent at all. In an instant, the truth-seeking technique was activated. The 3 energies of essence, chi, and spirit flowed through his body at the same time, causing Chu Mu's reaction to reach its peak. His perception of his surroundings reached its peak, and his strength reached its peak. With the help of the 3 energies, Chu Mu used the truth-seeking technique and took a step back, narrowly avoiding his opponent's sharp sword move. He drew his sword. It was still the 5th level of the Heaven's Horn sword technique. This time, what was compressed 5 times was not sword origin, but essence, energy, and spirit. Compared to the sword origin alone, the Heaven's Horn sword technique was more than 100 times more powerful when it was powered by the essence, chi, and spirit. Chu Mu, who was originally at a disadvantage, instantly surpassed the limits of his opponent's endurance after the power of his sword increased by 100-fold. His sword pierced through the air, instantly killing his opponent. His opponent was a fake, but it was the same as the real one. If he was hit in a fatal spot, he would still die. After passing the 41st level, Chu Mu came to the 42nd level. His opponent was at the peak of the 6th sky of Wangu realm. He was stronger than Chu Mu, and his sword skills were more profound. He was almost at the peak of the middle level of the human realm, close to the high level of the human realm. Facing such an opponent, Chu Mu had no choice but to show more of his strength. Activating the truth-seeking technique, the Heaven's Horn sword skill was 100 times more powerful than simply using the sword origin. However, it was still difficult to kill a peak 6th sky of Aeon realm who was close to the high level of the human realm. Therefore, he used the Heaven's Horn sword skill to the extreme. The 7th level of the Heaven's Horn sword technique increased the speed of his sword by 7 times. Sword after sword, Chu Mu's sword skills were extremely sharp with the help of the 4-sided truth-seeking steps. The divine sword tower master, who was watching in secret, was shocked. In an instant, there were over 100 swords, each of them powerful and deadly. With such a violent and swift attack, the opponent could only dodge a portion of it and block a portion of it before being struck. The moment the sword struck, the body would naturally be affected. There would be an instant of stiffness, and that was fatal. The opponent was hit more than a dozen times and disappeared in front of Chu Mu. The 42nd level is enough. Chu Mu smiled slightly and left endless sword path. He knew that if he wanted to continue the challenge, he could do so. However, he would have to perform Dao-seeking sword technique by then. He would even have to use sword principle origin. With a thought, Chu Mu left the endless path of swords. As soon as he appeared, someone used the Sword City token to check. 43rd level. He made it to the 43rd level. There is only a difference of 4 levels between the 43rd and 47th. Chu Mu won? Brother, congratulations. You've won. Shang Zhizhen laughed. Treat, treat. 3 Flavor Tower. Gu Lu and Wang Chaoying laughed heartily, while Lin Mo's face was gloomy. He had lost, and his 5,000 Sword City points were gone. From now on, he would have to live in poverty until he could return the few thousand Sword City points he borrowed. At the same time, Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Someone at the early stages of the first heavenly layer had passed the 42nd stage. In other words, someone at the early stages of the first heavenly layer had defeated an opponent who was 5 heavenly layers higher than him. This kind of ability to fight those at a higher level was far superior to him. Everyone was very excited and moved because they had personally witnessed a monster who could fight across the 5 celestial layers. Such a person's future was limitless. Everyone wanted to be on good terms with Chu Mu. After all, there was no conflict of interest between them and Chu Mu. At least that was the case for now. Befriending him was like having another friend, and a monstrous one at that. There was no harm in it. After dealing with everyone, Chu Mu invited Shang Zhizhen, Gu Lu, and Wang Chaoying to the 3 Flavor Tower to eat. Previously, Chu Mu had won 2,500 Sword City points. After cultivating at the Heaven Origin Peak for 20 days, another 10 days had passed. 1 month had passed, and he had obtained 200 Sword City points. Now he had won another 5,000 Sword City points. After deducting the 60 Sword City points he used to enter the endless path of swords, he had 7,640 Sword City points left. Spending 100 Sword City points to treat Shang Zhizhen, Gu Lu, and Wang Chaoying to a meal, Chu Mu didn't think much of it. After filling their stomachs, they left the 3 Flavor Tower. Everyone was happy. Brother, what's the plan? Gu Lu asked while picking his teeth. Let's go and apply for the test. Chu Mu said, with his current cultivation and strength, in order to obtain more Sword City points, he could display a portion of his sword skills. However, before he could reach the household registration sword tower, he was blocked by someone. Sword of Gojoseon Chu, the Tower Master would like to see you. The person who blocked his path was a middle-aged man in light armor. He didn't have any hostility. Instead, he spoke with a sincere attitude and tone, with a hint of respect. Seeing this person, Shang Jijin and the other two were surprised. Obviously, they recognized him. Brother Chu, go ahead. He is the tower guard of the Divine Sword Tower. Shang Jijin transmitted a message to Chu Mu. Divine Sword Tower. Chu Mu was shocked. In the entire Sword City, there were 108 mortal sword towers, 36 earth sword towers, 12 sky sword towers, and only one divine sword tower. It was also the one in the center, and the tallest one. In the center of Sword City, the tallest sword tower was the strongest sword tower. The tower masters of the 12 sky sword towers had reached the earth realm in their sword skills. Almost no one knew the tower master of the divine sword tower's sword skill realm, but he was obviously stronger than the tower masters of the 12 sky sword towers. His cultivation was even higher. Moreover, the tower master of the divine sword tower rarely appeared in front of others. It could be said that many people knew that there was a tower master in the divine sword tower, but they had never seen him. There were also people who challenged him, but without exception, no one had succeeded. In short, the tower master, and tower guard of the divine sword tower could obtain more sword city points every month than the sky sword tower. However, it was very difficult to become a member of the divine sword tower. Please lead the way. Chu Mu said. The tower guard immediately led the way. The divine sword tower was located in the center of Sword City. It was 99 jong tall, like a giant sword soaring to the sky. Soon, Chu Mu arrived at the highest level of the divine sword tower. It was where the tower master of the divine sword tower was. Welcome, Sword of Gojoseon Chu. The moment Chu Mu stepped into the highest level of the divine sword tower, he heard a voice that was as warm as the wind. It sounded a little old. After the voice was heard, the pitch-black top level of the divine sword tower lit up and the darkness retreated. This level surprised Chu Mu. It didn't look like a room at all. It looked like a miniature version of the chaotic void. At a glance, there were countless specks of starlight in the sky, front, back, left, and right. Under the starry sky, there was an elder in a white robe. His hair and beard were white, but his face was rosy. There weren't any wrinkles on his face. His eyes were wise and deep. Chu Mu was instantly shocked. His dominator rank realm told him that this white-haired, white-bearded, and white-robed mysterious divine sword tower master was an emperor rank expert. Since he was born, he had experienced countless things. However, this was the first time he had seen a great emperor-level expert. There was an obscure fluctuation of aura. It was as vast as the ocean, as high as the sky, and as unpredictable as the universe. Great Emperor. However, Chu Mu didn't feel afraid or nervous. Instead, he faced it calmly. After all, in terms of cultivation realm, Chu Mu was a dominator. Even though he had barely stepped into the dominator realm, he was still much stronger than a great emperor. Of course, in terms of strength, even if Chu Mu recovered to his previous level, he wouldn't be a match for the elder. However, if he was given enough time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass the elder. Greetings, Tower Master. Chu Mu saluted with his sword. This was a form of respect for the elder. Indeed, the elder was much older than Chu Mu. You're welcome. I didn't expect you to be such a genius at such a young age. The Tower Master of the Divine Sword Tower, she smiled. He was a great emperor-level expert and couldn't see through Chu Mu's profoundness. However, he felt that Chu Mu was a genius, a demon. Thank you, Tower Master, Chu Mu said. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Come sit. It's been a long time since I've seen a genius like you. Let's have a chat, the Tower Master said with a smile. The Pagoda Master laughed. His words implied that he had seen geniuses like Chu Mu before. This made Chu Mu curious. However, thinking back, this was the origin world. It was extremely ancient, and the cultivation environment was extremely superior. It was not surprising that such a monstrous genius could be born here. Chapter 2034. I wonder if the sword of Gojoseon would be willing to become the pagoda master of the divine sword pagoda? The pagoda master asked after inviting Chumu to take a seat. His first sentence surprised Chumu. Pagoda master, as far as I know, the pagoda master of the divine sword pagoda must have reached at least the earth realm. Chumu did not answer the question directly. Do you think that your sword skill realm has not reached the earth realm? The pagoda master suddenly asked with a smile. His eyes shone with wisdom. Chumu was shocked. He did not believe that the pagoda master could see through his sword skill realm. The pagoda master did not deliberately mystify him. He did not seem to like doing such things. He smiled and explained, I can see the situation in all the cultivation sanctuaries in Sword City, including the endless path of swords. You did not use your full strength in the endless path of swords, right? I am curious. If you used your full strength, how many more stages could you pass? Chumu immediately understood what the pagoda master meant. However, Chumu did not answer how many more stages he could pass. The pagoda master did not insist on Chumu's answer. Previously, when he passed the endless path of swords, although he did not use the Tao-seeking sword principle and sword principle origin, his sword skill realm had indeed reached the earth realm. He used it together with the truth-seeking technique and the heaven's horn sword skill. That was how he was able to kill a peak 6th heaven opponent with his first heaven cultivation. If he used the heaven realm sword skill realm, the Tao-seeking sword principle, and the sword principle origin, it would be easy to defeat a 9th heaven eternal realm opponent. Since the pagoda master was the pagoda master of the divine sword pagoda, the most mysterious, most powerful, and most ancient existence in Sword City, it was not surprising that he could see the situation in the cultivation sanctuaries. Your bone age is less than 20 years old. Your cultivation level is at the eternal realm. If you have enough energy, you can continue to improve. Your sword skill realm has also reached the earth realm. This is unprecedented in the azure bounded domain. The pagoda master said. He was shocked, but he did not suspect anything. This meant that there might be geniuses like Chumu in other places in the origin realm. You need a large amount of Sword City points to improve your cultivation, right? If you become the pagoda master of the divine sword pagoda master, you'll be able to obtain a large amount of Sword City points. Come, Chumu was master of the pagoda master of swords. The pagoda master of swords was the pagoda master was pagoda. Do you know the pagoda master of swords? Said pagoda master said pagoda master. B. Master, said pagoda master. Please enlighten me, said Chumu. His understanding of Sword City was based on what Lianyu had told him. Haha, even the pagoda masters of the sword pagoda do not know the true history of Sword City, said pagoda master with a smile. The history of Sword City is even older than the Heavenly Star sect. Chumu was shocked by his words. The Heavenly Star sect was founded by the Heavenly Star Emperor. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. Although the eternal realm could live up to 100,000 years, tens of thousands of years was not a short time. The history of Sword City was even older than the Heavenly Star sect. Not only the Heavenly Star sect, even the oldest sun mountain in the southern starland is only 100,000 years old. The history of Sword City is more than 1,000,000 years old. Chumu was surprised by the pagoda master's words. Actually, a long time ago, Sword City was not called Sword City. Or rather, it had not developed into a Sword City. At that time, there was only one sword pagoda, which was the divine sword pagoda. But at that time, the divine sword pagoda was not called that. Chumu listened quietly. Sword of Gojoseon Chu, do you know who our biggest enemy is? Asked the pagoda master. The divine clan and the demon clan? Asked Chumu. You actually know. The divine sword tower master was very surprised because the Azure region was just a small region in the origin realm. The land of the South Star was only a part of the Azure region, and the Heavenly Star Sex territory was only a part of the land of the South Star. Chu Mu was a young man who was not even 20 years old. Although he had amazing talent, he did not have enough experience. Hence, he did not know much. "It seems that you have received the inheritance of an expert," said the pagoda master. This was the only explanation. Only someone who had received the inheritance of an expert would know this. That was why he could have such achievements at such a young age. Of course, if he did not have enough talent, even if he had received the inheritance, it would be useless. Chu Mu silently agreed with the pagoda master's words. This might be a way to protect himself. Of course, it was also possible to say that Chu Mu had received the inheritance of an expert. Deep Blue Lord, since you have received the inheritance of an expert, I will not hide it from you. The pagoda master said, "There are three main worlds in the chaotic universe: the absolute beginning divine world, the primordial demon world, and the origin realm. The human clan lives on the origin realm. However, the absolute beginning divine world belongs to the divine clan. The primordial demon world belongs to the demon clan. Hence, the divine clan and the demon clan are very powerful. However, the origin realm does not belong to the human clan." Chu Mu naturally knew that in the origin realm, other than the human clan, there were other clans. These clans were very powerful. They lived together with the human clan in the origin realm. Each of them occupied different realms. When a clan could fully enjoy the resources of a world, they would become very powerful. In addition to the innate advantages of the divine clan and the demon clan, they would naturally be more powerful than the various clans in the origin realm. If you want to be innately comparable to the divine clan and the demon clan, you would have to be reborn from the Yuan clan. The divine Sword Pagoda Master sighed. Immediately, his expression became cold and solemn. The three main worlds are not peaceful. Both the divine clan and the demon clan have always coveted the origin realm. Many years ago, the divine clan and the demon clan joined forces to resist the Yuan clan's attack. After the Yuan clan disappeared, the divine clan and the demon clan were completely at odds. It was because the two clans were on guard against each other that the various clans in the origin realm were able to survive and develop. 1,000,000 years ago, the divine clan and the demon clan secretly lurked in the origin realm. They cooperated with each other and launched a huge attack on the origin realm. That battle lasted for 1,000 years. In the end, the various clans paid a huge price to defeat the divine clan and the demon clan. However, there were also huge losses. Countless experts from the various clans died. Their strength was greatly reduced. There were many gaps in their strength, but they left behind countless inheritances. The battle 1,000,000 years ago was called the Millennium Sacred War by later generations. It meant that it was a sacred war that lasted for 1,000 years for the survival of the various clans. After the Millennium Sacred War, there were 3 outcomes for the invading divine clan and the demon clan. The first was to retreat. The second was to die. The third was to be unable to retreat in time and be sealed and suppressed. The demon-suppressing Sword Pagoda is the place where a great ruler of the human clan, the demon-suppressing Sword Master, suppressed a great demon master during the Millennium Sacred War 1,000,000 years ago. The divine Sword Pagoda Master said in a proud and reverent tone, "The demon-suppressing Sword Master went through many life and death battles with the experts of the demon clan during the Millennium Sacred War. He finally broke through and became a ruler. He was given the title of Demon-Suppressing Sword. At that time, an injured great demon master attempted to sacrifice all the humans of the Azure domain to recover from his injuries. The demon-suppressing Sword Master appeared in time. However, the demon-suppressing Sword Master had just broken through to the ruler realm not long ago. The gap between him and the great demon master was very obvious. For the safety of the countless humans of the Azure domain, the demon-suppressing Sword Master burned his own soul and life in exchange for the strongest sword attack. He heavily injured the great demon master once again. Furthermore, he used the demon-suppressing sword to suppress the injured great demon master. With the last of his strength, he instantly built the demon-suppressing sword pagoda and suppressed the demon-suppressing sword and the great demon master under the ground of the azure domain. The divine sword pagoda master said, "The divine sword pagoda we are in is the demon-suppressing sword pagoda." Chu Mu was extremely shocked. He did not expect the origin of the divine sword pagoda to be so astonishing. To him, the demon-suppressing sword master and the great demon master were incomparably powerful existences. Although Chu Mu's cultivation realm had barely reached the ruler realm, it was actually because he had condensed a bit of origin source in advance. That was a unique power that could only be condensed by a ruler realm expert. Even so, Chu Mu was very clear that it was not that easy to become a ruler. Furthermore, rulers were divided into two ranks. One was a small ruler, and the other was a great ruler. The demon-suppressing sword master had just broken through, and was already a small ruler. As for the great demon master, it was a great ruler. When he thought of the fact that he was suppressing a great ruler realm demon master under his feet, Chu Mu felt a shudder. This shudder was not from fear, but from an indescribable excitement. The divine sword pagoda master could also understand Chu Mu's current state of mind. This was because many years ago, when he came here and found out about this matter, he also felt the same way. More than 100,000 years ago, I traveled to the azure domain. When I passed by here, I discovered the demon-suppressing sword pagoda and stayed behind. In order to strengthen the suppressing power of the demon-suppressing sword pagoda, I built other sword pagodas to assist the demon-suppressing sword pagoda and better suppress the great demon master underground. The divine sword pagoda master said, "Sword City was also built on the foundation of the sword pagodas. Sword City exists specifically for swordsmen and sword cultivators. Similarly, the sword chi that swordsmen and sword cultivators unconsciously emit can, to a certain extent, replenish the consumption of the demon-suppressing sword, allowing it to better suppress the great demon master." After hearing this, Chu Mu came to a realization. So this was the origin of Sword City. So this was the purpose of Sword City's existence. Pagoda Master, this is the first time we have met. Why are you telling me such a secret directly? Chu Mu asked. It's a feeling, the divine sword pagoda master said with a smile. Furthermore, you are a genius of the human race, an incomparably shocking genius. In the hundreds of thousands of years that I have lived, I have only heard of you and have never seen you with my own eyes. In the entire Azure domain, no one can compare to you. You have also let me see hope. Chapter 2035. The moment he entered, Chu Mu felt his entire body tremble uncontrollably. This meant that this place was very, very cold. That kind of cold was not the cold of a world of ice and snow, but a kind of cold that was filled with a strange cold aura. Sword of Gojozi and Chu, this is the demon-suppressing realm. The divine sword pagoda master said. The so-called demon-suppressing realm was the place where the true devil sword suppressed the great devil lord. Whether it was the power of the true devil sword or the great devil lord, they were both extremely tyrannical and terrifying, almost exceeding the endurance of the Azure domain. Therefore, when the demon-suppressing sword master used the demon-suppressing sword to suppress the great devil lord, he used the power of the true devil sword to open up a small space that connected to the Azure domain. The demon-suppressing realm was located at the bottom of the demon-suppressing sword pagoda, which was the current divine sword pagoda. Only the divine sword pagoda master had the qualifications and ability to enter at will. If others wanted to enter, they could only do so under the guidance of the divine sword pagoda master. Since I established the Sword City, you are the 99th person to enter here. The divine sword pagoda master laughed. In the current sword pagoda, other than me, only the pagoda master of the first sword pagoda has entered once. It had been more than 100,000 years since the divine Sword Pagoda Master established the Sword City. In other words, within 100,000 years, Chu Mu was the 99th person to enter here. In total, it was about one person every 1,000 years. Simply put, this was the first time that Chu Mu and the divine Sword Pagoda Master met. But the divine Sword Pagoda Master directly told him the origin of the divine Sword Pagoda. This did not mean that the divine Sword Pagoda Master was simple or stupid. As a person who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he had experienced countless things and had a pair of discerning eyes. He had his own way of looking at people and his own judgment. He was very clear about what kind of people he could befriend and what kind of people he could only talk about. Ever since Chu Mu became the sword of Gojoseon of Sword City, the divine Sword Pagoda Master had been paying attention to him. It wasn't that he paid special attention to Chu Mu, but because there weren't many sword of Gojoseon in Sword City. Therefore, the divine Sword Pagoda Master would pay attention to every one of them. At the same time, the owner of the divine Sword Pagoda also asked people to investigate Chu Mu's identity. It was not difficult, and they soon found out about Chu Mu's origin. He was from the City of Flowers, and he was the successor of a small sword school. He had displayed astonishing talent, and it might be because he had once received the inheritance of a strong warrior. After all, in the 1,000-year Holy War a million years ago, countless strong cultivators had fallen and left behind countless inheritances. It was not surprising that they had obtained the inheritances of strong cultivators. After his origin was clean, and he was not a spy from the devil race or the god race, the divine Sword Pagoda Master paid further attention to Chu Mu. With his experience of living for hundreds of thousands of years, he judged that Chu Mu was a reliable and trustworthy person. Because of this, after seeing Chu Mu, the divine Sword Pagoda Master told him about the demon-suppressing Sword Pagoda. It should be known that in Sword City, only the divine Sword Pagoda Master and the first Sky Sword Pagoda Master knew about this matter. Now, Chu Mu was one more person. Fighting against the devil race and the god race was the responsibility of every race in the Source Realm. However, not everyone had the courage. The great demon Lord's strength is extremely tyrannical and difficult to kill. Although the demon-suppressing sword has suppressed him, it is unable to kill him. It can only continuously consume his strength. At the same time, the demon-suppressing sword's strength will also be continuously consumed. If there comes a day when the demon-suppressing sword's strength is not as strong as the great demon lord's, the great demon lord will break through the suppression of the demon-suppressing sword and appear. The entire world will be in a state of chaos, the divine Sword Pagoda Master said in a serious tone. I built other sword pagodas and Sword City to attract more swordsmen and sword cultivators. This way, the demon-suppressing sword's strength can be recovered bit by bit. Even so, the speed of recovery is only equal to the speed of consumption. As for the great demon lord's own strength, it is also recovering bit by bit with the passage of time. In order to further weaken the great demon lord's strength, I built the 4 great cultivation sacred grounds. When the divine Sword Pagoda Master said this, Chu Mu understood that the 4 great cultivation sacred grounds were built by the divine Sword Pagoda Master. Furthermore, they were absorbing the great demon lord's strength from the demon-suppressing realm to provide for the 4 great cultivation sacred grounds to operate. Previously, when the Chu sword of Gojoseon was cultivating at the heavenly peak, the rich and pure chi of heaven and earth was transformed from the great demon lord's strength. The divine Sword Pagoda Master said with a smile. However, the heavenly peak is very obvious for those below the exceptional stage. Although I do not know the cultivation technique that the Chu sword of Gojoseon cultivates, I can guess that it is definitely extraordinary. The energy that it requires will definitely be 10 times more than that of an ordinary eternal stage expert. After entering the demon-suppressing realm, the Chu sword of Gojoseon will be able to directly absorb the great demon lord's strength here and transform it into the strength that he needs. The efficiency will be 100 times faster than in the heavenly peak. The divine sword pagoda master said. Immediately after, his expression turned serious, and his tone was solemn. However, the Chu sword of Gojoseon must remember one thing. The great demon lord's strength is demonic chi. It is different from the strength that we humans cultivate. If you absorb it directly, it will bring a certain burden to your body. If you exceed the burden, you may be corroded by the demonic chi and be controlled by the great demon lord's demonic thoughts, becoming a demonic servant. There are also benefits. That is, if you can withstand the impact of the demonic chi and the corrosion of the demonic thoughts, you can temper your own spiritual will. To a certain extent, you can increase the strength of your physique and purify your sword origin. The divine sword pagoda master said. To put it simply, the demonic chi was both a good medicine and a poison to the human race. Whether it was a good medicine or a poison depended on one's own ability. The reason why he told Chumu all this and brought Chumu into the demon-suppressing realm was the result of the divine sword pagoda master's observation. He realized that Chumu's cultivation technique was very profound and mysterious. It was obviously an amazing technique that could cultivate both sword origin and physique at the same time. Furthermore, the profound sword technique realm gave Chumu an even stronger spiritual will, which was enough to withstand the impact of the demonic chi. Of course, it was only for a period of time. Other than me, there are 98 people who have cultivated here so far. The longest time they had to withstand the impact of the demonic chi and the corrosion of the demonic thoughts was 10 days. The shortest time was 3 days. Among them, 28 people went crazy because of the impact of the demonic chi and the corrosion of the demonic thoughts and became demonic servants. The divine sword pagoda master said, the other 70 people have benefited greatly. If that's the case, I'm the 71st person to benefit. Chumu laughed. Sword of Gojoseon, it's a good thing that you have such confidence. However, you must be careful not to exceed your limits. The divine sword pagoda master said solemnly. Pagoda master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Chumu replied seriously. All right, then I won't disturb the sword of Gojoseon any longer. However, I will pay attention to the sword of Gojoseon's situation. After the divine sword pagoda master finished speaking, his figure immediately disappeared. Chumu took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and circulated the truth-seeking technique. The truth-seeking technique was indeed an extremely profound cultivation technique. On this point, the divine sword pagoda master was right. However, he did not know that the truth-seeking technique was not only a dual cultivation of sword origin and physique, but also a triple cultivation of essence, chi and spirit. A dual cultivation technique was more than 1,000 times more precious than a single cultivation technique. As for a triple cultivation technique, its value was indescribable. The divine sword pagoda master was extremely shocked when he thought that Chumu's cultivation technique was a dual cultivation of essence, chi and spirit. He secretly guessed which expert's inheritance Chumu had obtained. If he knew that Chumu was a triple cultivation of essence, chi and spirit, who knew what he would think? Under the truth-seeking technique, the surrounding yin chi seemed to have found a nest and rushed into Chumu's body. This caused Chumu to involuntarily shiver. He quickly controlled himself and only absorbed a strand of yin chi into his body. He tried to refine it first. This yin chi was emitted by the great demon lord who was fighting against the demon-suppressing sword. The great demon lord of the sovereign realm had an incomparably terrifying power. A strand of his power was enough to kill an eternal realm expert. Even a peerless realm expert would not be able to withstand it. The yin chi was extremely pure. Once it entered Chumu's body, it immediately rushed out, as if it wanted to destroy Chumu's body. At the same time, a faintly discernible thought also attacked Chumu's spiritual will. Lowly human, sacrifice your soul and life to me. I, the great demon Yang nocturnal demon lord, will grant you eternal life and endless power. The thought was like a repeater, repeating itself over and over again. It carried a kind of temptation, constantly attacking and eroding Chu Mu's spiritual will. It wandered in his spiritual world, tempting Chu Mu step by step, trying to lure him and make him fall and become a demon servant. Chu Mu was unmoved, because this kind of demonic will erosion was just a side effect of absorbing the yin qi. It was a chaotic thought drifting in the air like rootless duckweed. Of course, this was also because Chu Mu's realm was extremely high, so he could directly ignore it. Otherwise, if it were someone else, even a peerless realm expert, facing this kind of demonic will erosion, they would have to resist. After all, this was the demonic will emitted by the great demon lord unconsciously. Under the truth-seeking technique, the yin qi was constantly being converted by Chu Mu. The great demon lord's demonic power was resisting the demon's suppressing sword. Every strand of demonic qi that was emitted unconsciously was extremely terrifying, as heavy as a mountain. Even if the truth-seeking technique was powerful, it was not easy to refine it. The truth-seeking technique was like a huge millstone, constantly rotating, crushing the demonic qi that was absorbed into the body, and then converting it bit by bit, refining it into sword essence, tempering his physique and spiritual will. After crushing the first strand of yin qi and refining it, Chu Mu immediately felt that his sword essence was strengthened very obviously, and the tempering of his spiritual will and physique was more comprehensive. As expected, what the divine sword pagoda master said is true. Chu Mu secretly thought, and was very happy. This kind of demonic qi was a fatal force to the races of the origin realm. It was like poison, but the laws of the universe were like that. There are positive and negative forces, good and bad. Under certain circumstances, poison could also become spirit medicine. If it could not withstand the impact of the demonic qi, it would naturally become poison. If it could withstand and refine it, it would become spiritual medicine. To the current Chu Mu, this kind of yin qi was like a spiritual medicine. After refining the first strand of demonic qi, Chu Mu absorbed the second strand into his body and continued to refine it. Chapter 2036. At the highest level of the Divine Sword Pagoda, the Divine Sword Pagoda Master was observing the happenings in the demon-suppressing realm. Among all the people who have entered the demon-suppressing realm, the sword of Gojoseon has the lowest cultivation level and strength. However, he is a rare genius. It should not be a problem for him to last 3 days. He might even last until the 4th or 5th day. 4 or 5 days was enough for Chu Mu's cultivation level to increase by leaps and bounds. It would not be a problem for him to reach the middle level of the eternal realm. Even in the origin primordial world, it was not easy to increase one level of the eternal realm. After 3 days, every additional day represented Chu Mu's potential. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. If Chu Mu had cultivated in the heavenly peak for 3 days, it would have been difficult for him to increase his cultivation level from the first heaven of the eternal realm to the middle level. It would have taken him about 5 days. However, in the demon-suppressing realm, his efficiency was greatly increased. Advanced second heaven of the eternal realm. This improvement was not only in terms of sword origin, but also in terms of physique and willpower. Every increase in cultivation level represented an increase in the upper limit of Chu Mu's strength. On the 4th day, his cultivation level increased to the limit of the second heaven of the eternal realm. On the 5th day, he broke through to the 3rd heaven of the eternal realm. This speed was much slower than the divine sword pagoda master had expected. It seems like the cultivation technique that the sword of Gojoseon has cultivated is more profound than I thought. The divine sword pagoda master thought to himself. The more powerful the cultivation technique, the harder it was to cultivate. It would require more energy to cultivate. This was common knowledge. This lad was able to kill a peak 6th heaven of the eternal realm expert with his 1st heaven of the eternal realm cultivation level. Furthermore, that was not his limit. If he continues to grow, he might become one of the top fighters in the human tribe. It will be a blessing for the human tribe. The divine Sword Pagoda Master was overjoyed. Some people were willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of their tribe. To the divine Sword Pagoda Master's surprise, 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Mu was still cultivating. On the 8th day, Chu Mu's cultivation level broke through to the 4th heaven of the eternal realm. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. A total of 10 days passed. This meant that Chu Mu was one of the 99 people who had entered the realm. Sword King Chu has once again exceeded my expectations. The divine Sword Pagoda Master fought as he paid full attention to the battle. After 10 days of the 10 heaven of the eternal realm of Gojoseon, peak middle level, of the middle level of the middle level 4th level. Of course, there was still a huge gap between his current cultivation base and when he was in the deep blue world. However, it had only been a few months since he arrived in the azure world of the origin realm. In less than half a year, his cultivation base had risen from the mortal realm to the 4th heavenly layer of the 10,000 ancient realm. On the 11th day, his cultivation base was at the advanced 4th heaven of the eternal ancient realm. Eye of Go of Heaven of the Heaven of Heaven Pagoda Master. Other than his 18 days, the second longest was 10 days, but now it had been surpassed by Chu Mu. As Chu Mu continued to refine, the devil aura's impact became more and more intense. The erosion of the scattered devil remembrance also became more and more obvious. However, Chu Mu still remained motionless. The truth-seeking technique was like an incomparably huge millstone, crushing all the cold aura that constantly attacked him, transforming it into energy that nourished his mind and soul, constantly growing stronger. Chu Mu had created a total of 3 levels of the truth-seeking technique. Presently, he had already completed the 1st level and was entering the 2nd level. The 2nd level of the truth-seeking technique's energy refining speed was 10 times faster than the 1st level. Moreover, the recovery speed of his own strength was also 10 times faster than the 1st level. Additionally, the truth-seeking technique had another ability, which was to refine all energy. Yes, it could refine all kinds of energy, whether it was the yuan qi of heaven and earth or other kinds of energy. Every cultivation technique had its limitations. However, almost every cultivation technique could refine the yuan qi of heaven and earth. This was the most basic ability. Some cultivation techniques were good at refining the ice energy, but had little effect on other kinds of energy. Some cultivation techniques could refine the fire energy, but had little effect on other kinds of energy. Cultivation techniques that could refine multiple kinds of energy at the same time were rare and precious. If people were to know that Chu Mu possessed the truth-seeking technique that could, in theory, refine all energy for his own use, it would definitely cause countless people to covet it and cause a bloody storm. As for Chu Mu, he would be in danger. On the 15th day, Chu Mu's cultivation made another breakthrough. Initial 5th heaven of the ancient realm. Too slow. Chu Mu opened his eyes, got up, and strode forward. The demon-suppressing realm was a small, independent space. The demon-suppressing sword was in the center. Therefore, the closer one was to the demon-suppressing sword, the stronger the demonic qi. If he wanted to improve faster, the effect of staying in the same place was no longer obvious. He had to get closer. Not long after, Chu Mu saw a black circular altar. The altar was about 2 meters tall and 5 meters wide. There were many crisscrossing patterns on it. It was very complicated. Even with Chu Mu's eyesight, he still felt that it was very mysterious. However, Chu Mu was also curious. After careful observation, he forcefully used his memory to record it down. In his mental world, he created a model. The moment the model was completed, it automatically collapsed. After trying a few times, it was the same. Chu Mu could only temporarily give up. However, he still forcefully memorized the pattern. He felt that these patterns were very mysterious. It might be useful in the future. This was a kind of intuition. After memorizing the patterns, Chumu looked at the sword that was stuck in the black altar. The part that was exposed above the altar was 3 meters long. The sword was completely black, as if it was formed from one piece. It was covered with strange and complicated patterns that were similar to the patterns on the altar. Demon suppressing sword. Chumu recognized the sword when he saw it. Of course, he had never seen it before. However, since it appeared here and in such a situation, it was naturally the demon suppressing sword. If it's a normal sword, then this demon suppressing sword should be 10 meters long. Chumu didn't cultivate for the time being. Instead, he observed carefully. However, Chumu wasn't clear about the profoundness of a Dominator-grade weapon. I wonder what will happen if I cultivate on the altar. Chumu's eyes lit up when he felt the shockingly dense, demonic chi on the altar. He directly landed on the altar. He wasn't attacked by any power. However, perhaps because it sensed Chumu, the demonic chi wrapped around him from all directions. He sat down cross-legged and activated the truth-seeking technique. Suddenly, a large amount of demonic chi entered Chumu's body. Chumu, who was at the 5th sky of the Wangu realm, was able to withstand the demonic chi much better than before. Under the activation of the truth-seeking technique, a large amount of demonic chi was immediately crushed and refined. At the same time, the progress of the 2nd level of the truth-seeking technique also increased. Once he reached the 3rd level, Chumu would be able to master the 2nd secret skill of the truth-seeking technique. Chumu planned to complete the 2nd level of the truth-seeking technique here and enter the 3rd level. 3 days later, Chumu's cultivation base broke through again. 6th sky of the Wangu realm. Good fellow, it's already been 18 days. It's now the 19th day. The divine Sword Tower Master was extremely shocked. This had already broken his record. Although Chumu's cultivation base was worlds apart from the divine Sword Tower Masters, the higher the cultivation base, the more demonic chi they would absorb. Under the ratio, they were on the same level. The amount of demonic chi they could withstand was completely dependent on one's willpower and skills. This lad's future achievements will definitely surpass mine. The divine Sword Tower Master was extremely excited. I wonder if he will be able to inherit the demon suppressing sword. The demon suppressing sword was the demon suppressing sword master's personal sword. It was also his natal sword. It contained the demon suppressing sword master's sword skills. If one could inherit the demon suppressing sword, it would be equivalent to inheriting part of the demon suppressing sword master's legacy. The demon suppressing sword master's sword skills were extremely lethal to the demonic Chi clan. It was extremely powerful. On the 19th day, Chumu's spiritual world was suddenly invaded by an unexpected force. It instantly condensed into a figure. After 1,000,000 years, I have finally met someone who can withstand the impact of my demonic will. I am honored that you will become my doppelganger. The moment the figure condensed, it let out an ear-piercing laughter. The laughter resounded in Chumu's spiritual world and spread far and wide, attempting to shake Chumu's soul. However, Chumu's soul was protected by the sword principle origin and was not affected at all. Is this a spiritual world? How can it be so big? That is the sword principle origin. You actually have the sword principle origin. You are the sword master of the human clan. The black figure who called himself the demon master suddenly realized that the place he was in was different from the spiritual world he had imagined. It was also different from the situation he had imagined. He was the great demon master of the demonic Chi clan who was suppressed by the demon suppressing sword master. 1,000,000 years ago, during the 1,000-year sacred war, he was injured by the experts of the origin realm and fled to the Azure domain. He planned to sacrifice all the humans in the domain to recover from his injuries and increase his strength. He did not expect that before he could carry out his plan, the demon-suppressing sword master would chase after him. That madman disregarded his life and used his sword to injure him again. With injuries on top of injuries, he was suppressed by the demon-suppressing sword. For 1,000,000 years, he had tried to break through the suppression of the demon-suppressing sword time and time again. But because of his heavy injuries, he failed time and time again and continued to be suppressed. However, he did not give up. With each attack, he slowly broke away from the suppression of the demon-suppressing sword and floated in the demon-suppressing realm, waiting for an opportunity. He knew that there were people who had entered this place, but he still waited. He had to find someone who could withstand the erosion of his demonic will. This had nothing to do with the cultivation dojo, because there was only one chance, so he had to find the best opportunity. Chu Mu was undoubtedly the person he was waiting for. The great demon master was very happy. He finally saw the hope of leaving this place. Even if it was just a doppelganger, when he discovered Chu Mu's sword principal origin, he was shocked. Chapter 2037. 1,000,000 years of preparation at this moment. Even if you are the sword master of the human clan, I will not let you go. Devil Yang Nocturnal Demon, Lord said angrily. His arms shook, and under the terrifying fluctuations, the demonic aura of the entire demon-suppressing realm suddenly fluctuated violently. Along with the violent fluctuations of the demonic aura, countless scattered demonic thoughts gathered toward the altar in an instant, like a storm. Not good. The divine sword pagoda master, who had been paying attention to the demon-suppressing realm, realized that something was wrong. His figure flashed, and he instantly entered the demon-suppressing realm. At the same time, the demon-suppressing altar in the center of the demon-suppressing realm suddenly trembled, as if it was hit by a force from below. With a bang, it seemed like the altar was about to be smashed. Of course, the demon-suppressing altar was very tough. At least the great demon lord, who had not recovered from his injuries, could not shake it at all. However, as the altar was shaken by the impact, more demonic aura and demonic thoughts emerged and instantly drilled into Chu Mu's spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the originally dark and blurry figure, after absorbing a large amount of demonic thoughts, instantly became clear and emitted astonishing fluctuations of power. One of them had a pair of crooked horns on his head, and his face was somewhat similar to a human's. He looked rough, and his eyes were dark. His body looked incomparably strong, as if he was made of steel. He wore a pitch-black armor, and there were barbs on the armor's shoulders, elbows, and other parts. He looked very ferocious. Just this appearance alone made Chu Mu know that this great demon lord of the demon clan was simply born to fight. In other words, the demon clan was like this. They were born to fight. Incomparably powerful demonic aura, like rolling black smoke, constantly emerged from the great demon lord's body and filled Chu Mu's spiritual world. However, Chu Mu's spiritual world was vast and boundless, like a small chaotic void, and was not affected much. But the power that the great demon lord possessed at this time was undoubtedly very strong. The divine sword pagoda master entered the demon-suppressing realm and appeared in the altar. Sword of Gojoseon Chu! He shouted loudly and directly transmitted his voice into Chu Mu's spiritual world so that Chu Mu could hear it. However, Chu Mu's consciousness was completely immersed in his spiritual world and could not respond to the divine sword pagoda master's voice. After all, this great demon master's strength was extremely tyrannical, and he had to be completely focused on dealing with him. Sword master of the human race, your body is mine. The great devil lord's voice resounded in all directions in Chu Mu's mental world. He clasped his hands together and grasped at the air. Instantly, countless black smoke billowed out and charged out. An enormous double-edged axe appeared in his hand. The saw-like axe blade was incomparably malevolent and bloodthirsty. This double-edged axe was Great Devil Master Mo Yang Yixing's weapon, the sky-slaughtering axe. Of course, what appeared in Chu Mu's mental world wasn't the sky-slaughtering axe itself, but a sliver of its source. The Sky Destroyer axe was a Dominator-level weapon, and it was very powerful. It also had an origin, and the power of an origin was very shocking. In the million years that the great demon lord had been suppressed, he had repeatedly attacked the demon-suppressing altar and the demon-suppressing sword. He had failed time and time again, but he had also released traces of soul power and consciousness, as well as scattered demonic thoughts, and waited for an opportunity. Now the opportunity had come. After a million years, the soul power and consciousness that he had released had reached a certain level. It was at least 10% of his peak. In addition, after discovering that the other party had the sword principle origin and was a human sword master, he did not hesitate to release all the power that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. He attacked the demon-suppressing altar, opened a gap, and released more soul power. 20%. Mo Yang Yixing, who appeared in Chu Mu's spiritual world, had 20% of his soul. 20% of a Dominator-level soul was more powerful than an ordinary minor Dominator-level soul. Although Chu Mu had the sword principle origin, he only had a small part left because of the accident when he crossed over. He was barely at the level of a minor Dominator-level soul. Compared to the great demon lord, the difference was obvious. Fortunately, this was Chu Mu's spiritual world. It was his home ground, and this was where he had the advantage. The Divine Sword Tower Master did not get a response. He was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only wait. This was the first time he had encountered such a change since he took charge of the demon-suppressing sword tower. Mo Yang Yixing raised the Sky Destroyer axe and slashed at Chu Mu's sword principle origin. Chu Mu's consciousness condensed and took shape. He grasped the void, and with a sword in hand, he attacked Mo Yang Yixing. As soon as they exchanged blows, Chu Mu was shocked. The great demon lord's attack power was extremely strong, and it completely surpassed his own. Moreover, his combat skills were exquisite, and the combination of power and speed was almost perfect. After a few exchanges, Chu Mu was suppressed. In terms of absolute power, he was inferior to the great demon lord. In terms of combat skills, he could only barely be on par. It could be said that the great demon lord was the strongest opponent Chu Mu had encountered so far. No matter in which aspect, the great demon lord was superior to Chu Mu. Chu Mu's state of mind was very calm, and he did not feel disappointed or depressed. Thinking about it, he had cultivated for over 100 years. After becoming the master of Deep Blue World, he had spent over 10,000 years to comprehend and organize his techniques and sword techniques and condense his sword Dao source. Taking everything into account, Chu Mu had spent over 10,100 years. 10,000 years had been spent comprehending and not fighting. Therefore, Chu Mu's fighting techniques had mainly been improved in the first 100 years. The latter 10,000 years had been for him to settle down. When great demon Lord Mo Yang Yixing was suppressed 1,000,000 years ago, he already had the strength of a great dominator. Even though the demon clan was one of the oldest clans in the chaotic universe and had amazing talent, it still took a long time for them to reach the dominator realm, and even longer for the great dominator realm. In other words, Mo Yang Yixing had lived for at least millions of years. Moreover, the demon clan was a natural combat clan. They were born with strong physiques and they were good at close combat. They paid attention to winning with strength. However, after countless years of development, their combat skills were constantly honed, and they became more and more exquisite. Not only did they exert their power to the extreme, but they also added various changes to their techniques. It could be said that in the chaotic universe, when it came to close combat, the demon clan was number one. Even the god clan could not compare. It wasn't strange for Chu Mu to be inferior to the other party. However, this difference wasn't permanent. It was only temporary. Chu Mu still had a large portion of his potential that had yet to be unearthed. One day, he would be able to reach the level of Mo Yang Nightwalker, or even surpass him. Under the huge pressure, Chu Mu tried his best to resist, dodge, and defend. During the battle, He used the pressure to suppress himself and improve himself. Moyang Yeshing was also very surprised. He could see that this human sword master was just a sword master of the lowest level. He should have been able to easily kill this human sword master by combining 20% of his soul with many demonic thoughts and using a trace of the origin of the sky-slaughtering axe. However, the result was unexpected, as the human sword master was actually able to fight with him for a while. After 10 moves, Chumu could not hold on anymore. He felt that the trace of his sword principal origin was almost destroyed. Once the sword principal origin was destroyed, his soul would be exposed, and without protection it would be destroyed. At this moment, a force entered Chumu's spiritual world. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He had a cold expression and a murderous aura. Demon Clan, don't even think about it. The middle-aged man in the black robe shouted coldly. His murderous intent was fierce. Demon-suppressing sword spirit, you're going to die too. Mo Yang Yixing was furious when he saw this, and he slashed out with his axe. He had been suppressed by the demon-suppressing sword for 1,000,000 years, and his resentment towards the sword could not be washed away even by the water of the heavenly river. At this time, when he saw the sword spirit of the demon-suppressing sword appear, he naturally would not let it go. Sword Master, let's join forces and kill this demon, the demon-suppressing sword spirit said directly. It avoided Mo Yang Yixing's slash, and its body was covered in black light. It turned into a sword and appeared in front of Chumu. This sword looked exactly like the demon-suppressing sword. Of course, it was not the real demon-suppressing sword, but the sword spirit of the demon-suppressing sword. It carried a part of the demon-suppressing sword's origin. Chumu held the demon-suppressing sword in his right hand and immediately felt a strong power. This power was definitely the power of a sovereign realm. With the demon-suppressing sword in hand, Chumu was no longer inferior to Mo Yang Yixing in terms of absolute power. In fact, he might even surpass him. Although his absolute power was superior, his technique was slightly inferior, but he could make up for it with his strength. For a time, Chumu and Mo Yang Yixing were fighting fiercely in the spiritual world. This was Chumu's spiritual world, and it was his home ground. With the home ground advantage, Chumu's power could be restored, but Mo Yang Yixing's power could not. The Heaven's Horn sword technique burst out, and the sword was extremely fast. It directly hit Mo Yang Yixing. The demon-suppressing sword itself had extra damage to the demons. Under the sword, Mo Yang Yixing let out a scream. He felt the power of the demon-suppressing sword constantly impact his body, and he was almost torn apart. Crazily slashing, Chumu constantly dodged and counterattacked. Unfortunately, this was the spiritual world, and Chumu also appeared with his consciousness. If he was in his real body, he could use the sword-seeking sword technique to enhance the power of the Heaven's Horn sword technique. It was a bitter battle, an unprecedented bitter battle. During the bitter battle, Chumu kept learning his opponent's combat skills and the application of his power. He improved little by little. On the other hand, Mo Yang Yixing's power was constantly being consumed, and he was even hit by the sword. Being hit by the sword was not scary, but being hit by the demon-suppressing sword was terrifying. The demon-suppressing sword's power of demon-suppressing sword was constantly attacking his body and weakening his power. Mo Yang Yixing wanted to retreat, but Chumu was aware of this. Naturally, he was unwilling to let him retreat. The demon-suppressing sword spirit was also aware of this. The sword trembled, and an extremely tyrannical power burst out, guiding Chumu to directly display an extremely mysterious sword technique. This sword technique was called the Eternal Demon Suppression, and it was one of the moves of the demon-suppressing sword technique. Under the sword, Mo Yang Yixing screamed and collapsed. The 20% of his spiritual strength immediately dissipated, and the countless demonic thoughts contained within it also dissipated. When they dissipated, they completely disappeared. Under the demon-suppressing altar, Mo Yang Yixing's real body trembled violently. He released an extremely terrifying aura, but it instantly weakened.